Hello, hello. Hi, 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 hi. Hi, Pinky. Hi, Magpie. Stream started making noise, so it seems to be doing its thing. I don't know how that works, but I'm glad it works. Oi, oi, how you be doing? I'm doing okay-ish. I'm doing pretty okay. Oh yeah, actually I'm doing pretty good. Because I finally had a sleep where I don't wake up at 5:28. I don't wake up at 5:28 anymore. So yeah, safe to say that I had a sleep where, you know, just one sleep, one go until morning. That feels pretty good, not gonna lie. It's like, oh, finally, been a while. And then when I woke up this morning, I was like, oh god, is it 5:28 again? I checked the phone, it's like 9, it's like, oh my god. Oh my god, no more 5:28 curse. So yeah, I'm pretty happy about it. And also I had a family breakfast this morning, so yeah, all good. Feels pretty good. Although my brain has been thinking about Skyrim all the time. I feel like I'm gonna drop into like the Skyrim addiction for a while. Which is kind of scary, not gonna lie. It's kind of scary. Because I have to be honest, I keep thinking about Skyrim all the goddamn time non-stop. Like non-stop I keep thinking about Skyrim. This is bad. This is kind of scary. Oh, hi SC. Oh, early boop. How dare. Hi, hi. And to answer your question, Miss doing alright. I had a long sleep yesterday. Oh, nice. It seems we all have long sleep yesterday. Your brain's doing the RPG, kinda. A little bit. It's really fun. I don't want to stop, honestly. It's like, god, it's so fun. Like I was playing it last night and it was almost 2. And I was like, oh god. Oh god. Well, I guess I'm gonna stop, or else I would not be able to wake up in time. But at least this time I did not wake up at 5:28, so that's huge, that's huge. Also, one little thing that I realized lately is that I've been getting quite often with the off-stream follows. So like, I don't know how they find me, but I'm glad, I guess. Actually, no, I'm pretty glad they found me. I don't know how, but hell yeah. Maybe my YouTube video is doing something. I never really checked my YouTube video. I just like upload them as much as possible. Twitter? Most likely Twitter, I think. FA? I don't associate my FA with my Twitch. It's kind of scary. I mean, yeah, YouTube video is not really doing any. Yeah, it's not really generating views, not gonna lie. But it's all good because I do play YouTube. I do use YouTube for like to archive the VODs I have. So, you know, we can always get back into watching my old stuff in the future, in the far future. You know, sometimes check if the FA folks have Twitch channel. No. I don't check FA for the sake of Twitch, to be honest. I check FA for the sake of the art that I want to look at. Yeah. I mean, I might wanna purge that FA. Why? I mean, maybe I shouldn't pry, but whatever you do, I'm sure you have your reasons, right? All good. Let's see. How long since I last played this game? February 5th. Quite a bit ago. Yeah, quite a while. Like it's been a little bit of time passed since I last played this game. YouTube channel be great, can look back on things. Yeah, that's the thing. Like I made an account there a while ago. Oh, I mean, that's not purging, isn't it? I mean, purging sounds a little bit serious, to be honest. Made a butt there though. I just really cannot stop thinking about Skyrim. I'm grossly addicted again. I mean, it's been a while since I last have a game that made me this kind of addiction, but man, man, bug, man, holy shit. I cannot stop thinking about Skyrim. I cannot. This is bad. This is to a point where I say, oh, you know, kind of scary. Hi, McLunch. Give Rayman a try at all? Maybe not these days, since I have a lot of games I need to try out and need to play a little bit, or even start, or even finish. But maybe in the future, yeah. Like this a lot. Ah, Skyrim. Oh my god, I've been playing for 27 hours. I will cry. 27 hours of Skyrim. I have a problem. I have a problem now. Oh god. Ah, it's fine. You're not. Stop. No, don't think of Skyrim today. Let's just play Monster Stories. All right. Wait. Let me just double check something. Okay. This time, voice meter is on. CC is on. Good. Okay, everything is on. Everything looks good. Yeah, everything is good. Okay, all good, all good. Alright, time to play. Oh, actually, let me set up this real quick. I'll put myself here. Right? Yeah, I'll put myself here. Am I too big? I hope not. You've been all joining the kobold in gifts. It's gonna take a while. I mean, I'm very fucking happy about it. But at the same time, the game is gonna take a while to go through. But yeah, still, thank you all. So many games. I never anticipated this, to be honest, because I always just thinking of like, oh, I'm just gonna stream a few of my favorite games, that's it. And then didn't expect to get blasted with gifts. And man, it made me so fucking happy. Holy shit. So many games, so many good games too. My god. Also, my nose has been acting funky lately. I'm a little bit scared. I don't want to get sick. Nose is trying to be stinky. Yeah, I didn't change much things. Should be fine. Gosh, it's been a while. I was still in Elder's Lair, right, I think? Don't know what's happening, but water shouldn't hurt it? True. Maybe I need more coffee. Maybe I need more coffee. Hydrate via the nose? That's a little bit concerning. Actually, scratch that. That is so concerning. Isn't that drowning? Is that kind of drowning? Can see? I'm level 60 now. Ooh. Ice Kachang, G Queen Gal, Soldier Boy, Windy Boy, Hong Kong Knife Boy. Hong Kong Knife Boy is really strong. I remember the last time I played. Yeah, Hong Kong Knife Boy is quite strong. So I was in Elder's Lair, and I think I need to continue that shit. Also, I'm not bringing Reverbro anymore. Since Reverbro is a little bit OP, and by a little bit OP, Reverbro single-handedly destroyed Velkhana for me. So yeah, I don't even need to go through the gimmick or the mechanics. I just won because of Reverbro. Hi. Nah. Reverbro's cool. I like. burb. This is like a once per day thing. Why not? Why not, right? Not bad, not bad. It's fine. I should... Yeah, I should pray. Since this one is only like 100 hours. Ah, dude, 100 minutes. 100 hours is like days. 100 minutes. I mean, once 100 minutes is over and I'm still like outside, then these things can come to like be of use. Yeah, this should work. I don't have any eggs, right? Yeah. Maybe check. Some drink via the nose, but it's generally not comfortable, as me expected. Of course, that feels like being waterboarded. I think. Oh my god! Don't do that. Ooh. Very scary. Oh my god. Breen!
12 years. PFFFBTBFTBFBTFB rats.
Rats. A year, Breen. Oh my goodness. Thankies for the subscriber for a year. Oh my god. That's 12 months. Oh. How are you doing, Breen? Welcome in. I hope you're doing good. You managed to suffer for longer than they've been streaming. Trial quest. Oh yeah, I never did this. Like the goal requirements. Finish under 5 turns. I think now it should be possible for me to finish things under 5 turns. Let's see, right? What's Bodrum? Bodrum is power, right? Power needs speed? Yep. Get him. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, that's one turn. That's one turn. Good, good, very good. I'm somehow still tired after like 20 hours of sleep, and I'm waiting for the wife to come over and practice painting nails on me. Oh. Why we were sleeping so long today and why it not helped you? I mean, me sleeping... I didn't sleep for 20 hours, but I did sleep for quite a bit. But man, 20 hours of sleep sounds lusciously good. But at the same time, I don't know how... Just slept and slept. Yeah, I mean, I did that before. Feels kinda good. Not gonna lie. Yeah, Avatar covers the bar. Oh shit. I mean, they both have... Both sides has bars. That's a bit of a problem, isn't it? I mean, unless I go... Let me try go this way. My eyes don't open. Look, VC face. I know my eyes are small. Okay. Here? Make my fingies pretty nice. Pretty fingies. Fingies very pretty. Also, let me mirror my motion. Unmirror my motion, I mean. Nah. It's always nice with pretty thingies. Hopefully I'm not blocking too much, right? Yeah, I'm not blocking too much. At least not blocking the health bar too much. Not completely. This should be okay. Okay, Kuliaku. Kuliaku is technical, I think. What do you do? Yeah, I think it should be technical. If technical power. Alright. Too much damage. Nice, 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 nice. I think Yenkoku is like technical as well. Do they have power? No, it's all speed. Hong Kong knife boy? Get in. This are not as good. We can do double attack first. Whoa, that kills, alright. Nice. Yeah. Good job, Hong Kong knife boy. Let's go, Rang. That's a free hot churro. Free. I got a free hot churros. Oh my god. This one? Finish in under 6 turns. Sasuro's Spongy Boy and the bird. I think I can do this. Oh, hi Narix. Twitch app didn't inform me you started. Twitch app dumb. Yeah, we're gonna make Jet Boy flops. I mean, the app could notify people. Yeah. Do I cut? I guess I cut the stomach. I'll cut the stomach. Azur's power, I think? Oh, you're doing Burning Tail? Oh my god. Get him! Oh, that didn't kill. Maybe this kills? That kills! Alright, that's 1 turn. Ludroth power, I think. Hellblade! Hit the head. Get the stomach. Get him! Hellblade! Ching! Oh! Alright, nice Hellblade. Hi Brian, it's a go time. Hell yeah! How are you doing? Also, hope you're doing good, Brian and Narix. I'm still in the middle of drinking coffee, so I might be a little bit blurred. Honestly, that's just me every day. I'm very blurred. Kurupeko technical? Alright, let's get the body. Actually, you get the head. It's not aiming for anyone. Nice. Hellblade! Oh god damn it, really? Oh no, this is bad. How many turns do you have? Okay, I have 2 more turns. They are not aiming at anyone. Hong Kong Life Boy. I don't know. I don't know. Oh, you've been playing Star Wars games, falling back into your Star Wars Viper focus. Ooh. Yeah, like a huge Star Wars fan. Okay, you know what? You can do that. It's fine. I'm gonna. Who are you aiming at? Are you aiming at? Oh, you are. Okay, Burning Tail this one. I will get. I'll get the bird. No Song of Protection for you! Shut up! Burning Tail! Nice. Oh, I'm getting that kinship back? Nice, thank you. Don't care, then ask. I'll kill you. Get the Kurupeko. What does Royal Drop do again? After it's met. Is it Scorching Blade LE? Oh, is it? Were you doing Scorching Blade? Oh no, you were doing Burning Tail. If I do Scorching Blade, would it kill Royal Ludra? No. I know for a fact Hellblade will kill Kurupeko. It's okay. Some fans are very hard, like putting needles in cookies. What? Oh, not the crazy ones. Oh shit. Dark Forces earlier this week for the first time. Play through most of the people stop about halfway through. In the middle of Dark Forces 2 run now. At this moment in time, I'm playing JD Power Battles on PS1. Super inconsequential beat 'em up type game based on episode 1. Ooh. Beat 'em up? I like that. I think okay, Royal Drop went from power to technical. I mean, if I'm wrong, I think it's still gonna die. I think. I'm gonna do power. Get him! Oh yeah, nice. Alright, cool. Hellbreed! Oh. That's 5 turns, baby. Fucking Kurupeko did 3 actions in 1 turn, cheating. Cannot believe Kurupeko is activating Game Shark. Mimicry, heal, and what again? I forgot. That's bull. But it's okay. I got gold medal. Naruga? Finish under 3 turns? Huh. S rank like red. The red gem. I've been putting my VC face to like very low quality, so like most games works kind of fine, and I'm very happy about it. Naruga is like pure speed, isn't it? Yeah, Naruga is pure speed. Alright, you do Burning Tail. A little bit. Shoot him! Oh, nice, good. What are you doing? Oh, you're still aiming for me? Okay, cool. Get the stomach. Shoot him! Yuck. Nice. Didn't die though. Oh shit. All good. 2 turns, baby. It's a 1995 LucasArts title, a Doom like they came up before the Wolf 3D source code was released. So they were like, fuck it, and just made their whole own engine. Oh, despite coming out around the time of Doom 2, the capabilities of the engine were more in line with the build engine that titles like Duke Nukem and Blood would use several years later. Whoa. Doesn't seem very talked about nowadays. I never heard about it, honestly. Or maybe it's just because I'm not totally looking into Star Wars thing, just because I have no idea what it is. It's severely underlooked. It's absolutely timeless. I love it. No reaction in a row this time. Yeah. Boomer shooters that let you. Let me tell you that Dark Forces 1 is by far probably my favorite boomer shooter. Boomer shooter is like Doom Eternal kind of game, or like Doom in general. You don't hide and shoot a sniper at someone's head. It's like pew, one dead, or you know like Doom. You bring a big gun and they go around and shoot. No need to hide. They need to hide from you. That kind of game. I like it. 9 turns. Great Baggy feels kinda speedy. Isn't it speedy? I think it's speedy. Yeah. Get him! Nice. I think this kills. Oh, that's 1-turn kill. Boomer shooters are more like arcade movement and arsenal-based shooters for the 90s. Doom, Quake, Wolfenstein 3D, essentially all the early ID games. Duke Nukem 3D. Honestly, I never played any of those. I never played any of those. Lagombi feels speedy. Sonic technical. Oh my god, they both are like super. Alright, Ice Kacang come in. I only played Doom Eternal. Like, I never really played any of those games back then. Get the legs. Nice, yo. Okay, nice. I'll do it again. Get the legs. Nice. I think I can kill just doing this. Yeah. Yep. I love them. They have a sword charm that is lost nowadays. Oh, it's a red dick monster. Oh my god. Kizu is technical, isn't it? I think Kizu is technical. Some people still make them nowadays like Overkill, Dust, or Iron Fury. Oh. I mean, I like Doom Eternal because of the music. I love music like that. That really goes in and headbang. I like. Why do you do power? Are you... Oh, okay. Oh, crit, nice. Oh, let's just do kinship. Let's just do kinship. Oh, what is that? Why is that on the screen now? Okay, there, it's gone. Good thing I saw it. If y'all interested, check it out on Steam. It's like $1 or some shit right now, and a reverse engineered source port which is released in December. So it runs on modern hardware and with modern controls. Great. Maybe I'll check out Doom. How's the Doom music? I don't know. Get him! Whoa, it didn't get encoding overload? Nice! Got him! Oh! Oh, I've been pet. We did it! That's a gold, that's another gold medal. Golden chunk, Slay every monster. Finish under 3 turns. Versus 4. And then get a hard churro. Nice, let's do it. I forgot what Zumtrios does. Zumtrios is technical, I think? But you're doing speed. I should trust you. It might be power. I trust you. I trust you. I trust you. Oh, it did. Oh, you did. Ooh. So it is technical. Droxen BC bullying every low rank? Yeah. I can get 1 hard churros. What kind of reward are you trying to get from these challenges? 1 hard churros. Is it useful or just doing it because it's there as a challenge? Both, I guess. A little bit of a both. I can get hard churros and it's a challenge. Get stomach. Get him. Nice. Yeah, I think the reward is not bad actually. See, 1 hard churros. 1 hard churro. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna need it. Lamourir Elite. Under 10 turns? See, hard churro. I think I'll do a few more of these and then I'm gonna go continue doing the Elder Lair thing. This time I'm not bringing Reverbro because last time I brought Reverbro and it's pretty much just activating Game Shark because Velkhana didn't even get to do shit and then Velkhana's dead. Oh, there's fly in the room. How the fuck? Get out! The window is open! Fuck you! Oh my god. Dude. Oh, I didn't bring my pia. Oh, god damn it. We are not speed. I need technical. Burn invasion. Oh no, it's fly. House flies. No. Cut him! Oh, nice. 1 turn dip. There's just a bird in tiny and insect. True. Oh no, you need bonk. Ah, my bonk's terrible though. Wait, is it raining? Oh no, it's not raining. Okay. The crab doesn't enter battle animation. Just goes ah! Yeah, I was like, that's a little bit weird. Daimyo Hermitor, are you bonk? I mean, of course, bonk. Are you technical? You are technical, if I remember correctly. I will bonk your shell. I need you to do hell to breed. Actually, yeah, let's do this. Yeah. Hello, breed. Oh. That's a nice crit you got there, buddy. That's a nice crit. Are you doing Burning Tail? Alright. Get bonked! He bonk! Hatchro sounds a bit strong to you, from what we said. It's not exactly really strong. I can only use it out of battle. Diablo's power? Speed? Diablo's speed? I feel like Diablo's is speed. I can vaguely remember that I got debated back then. You feel speedy. I can shoot the legs, I think. Yeah, let's shoot the legs. I need to do Hellblade. Hit the blade! Hit the horn! You're speed, you're speed, you're so speed. Ah, your power, help! 69, nice, Lamau. Hellblade! Yes, keep spamming Hellblade, please. 6 turn, 7 turn, oh god. Shoot the leg! Nice. Hellblade! Why is Lolly doing technical attack? No, bad. Hellblade. Only Hellblade allowed. Shoot the legs! Nice. Hellblade! Oh no, I'm gonna waste a turn. Hellblade? Oh no, do Hellblade, it's fine. I'll throw the things. Hellblade, eat! Get him! Nice. Oh no, that didn't kill. That didn't. Oh wait, is it break the legs to? I think it's the legs. I think it's breaking legs. I'm gonna cry. Is it legs? Oh, it doesn't flop. Okay. Well, guess I'm just not doing enough damage, huh? Yeah, I'm a silver. Cut the tail. You are now speed. I feel you're now speed. You're never technical. Yeah. Oh, 12 turns. I'm terrible. Yeah. In the battle, we just break balance. Understandable. Yeah. I was wondering how you read speed out of it. Is that the experience with the main entries? Yeah. It's like I have to remember what they do. Kinda. Oh, hi Foxy Foxy. Hi hi. We're coming. I cannot I cannot get golden anymore. Ugh. I want a rapid fire bow. Is it possible to get a rapid fire bow? This one is rapid fire. I can make it. Oh. Oh yeah, oh yeah. By the way, may have one off-topic question if okay. I'm okay with questions, yeah. Oh, Pinky's been booped. Nice. Nice. I now have rapid fire bow. As the expert of fighting games, do you recommend the purchase of the Cow Daily Texas? Character Crest is still going, and Dear Day release hasn't happened yet. I mean, I do recommend buying Texas, but I don't think I'm the expert of fighting games still, but Texas is cool, right? Texas is pretty okay, I would say. When you land a bullseye, it feels pretty satisfying, not gonna lie. The bullseye, the combo to me is a little bit confusing. To me lah, because you need the run cancel into something else, the combo. I'm usually not good with that. It's something like Saber Wolf. You have to like do normal special cancel run into a run cancel move, right? Something like that. That I'm never good at, but it's kind of fun to do afterwards. Like once you get more familiarized with the running move and run cancel, yeah, Texas can be quite fun. Maybe the purchase more likely, and running is the favorite kind of cancel of mine. Oh really? Yeah, Texas has run cancels. I think it was charge back forward. Oh, hi Lex. Moisturize. Oh yeah. Hello Lex. Charge back forward button. Ah yes, run cancel. Cancel payment by running? Now I'm kind of curious. I wonder if it's actually charge back forward or just back forward like Saber Wolf, because Saber Wolf is back forward motion. Saber Wolf is like back forward or down up. I hope you're doing good, Leaks. I've been picked. Nice. I like. It was Elder. Oh my god, Brian! We primed for 7 months. Oh.
Kobold good streamer.
Wow. Thank you, Brian. Oh my god. Kobo good streamer. Thank you. Oh, hi Turbo Fatty. Uh oh. Can I hide? Can I like hide? Oh. Yeah, the hand scan as well. Okay, so it is charged, okay. 4, 6. Head flat. I now have flat head. Let's so Elder Lair is Z5, I think. Hello, Turbo Fatty. Welcome in. Oh my god. Oh, hi, Roxas. Okay, I was greeting you. I bring chaos, I know. I know. Talk to Zone 6 Watch Paw. Alright, Zone 6, here we go. How you doing, Roxas? Hello, hello. I've just been lurking since the start of the stream. Wow. Always appreciate lurks. Big thankies to all the lurkers out there. That means me be too slow. but you don't know Turbo's here. I'm not bringing Reverbro this time, okay? I'm going to comment that this slowly looks like a Fortnite dance. Uh-oh. You're our esteemed Meowster descendant, yes? Curious indeed. No doubt you have ambition to reach the final zone. Nyaha, you're delusional fur and trying to get to the final zone without the faintest verbal of what lurks there. If you trained for 100 years, it wouldn't be enough, but I suppose you can start by breaking the parts I tell you to. Oh my god, you stupid kitty. Mealing kittens? Break head, break stomach, break tail. Control red. I never fought a control red before. Oh, I'm hot. Oh shit. It's fine. I'm too hot. Over he goes, hee hee. I'm too hot. I don't want to use the goddamn item. Okay, I'll use it. Where is it? Cold drink. Oh, cool, missed. We. Ow. Let's get Soldier Boy. Soldier Boy. Over he goes, hee hee. Oh, I'm. Wait, what? Soldier Boy, why are you aiming for Conchu all of a sudden? Ooh. Soldier Boy, oh my god. I forgot how to fight everything. Is it speed now? Tech seal? Oh, you're a speed. Wow, no damage. Oh, Soldier Boy! Oh, fuck. Oh, nice. Soldier Boy's dying. Why the tiny one hurts so much? It's like it has been happening for quite a while. The tiny one always does more damage. Like the bugs. I hope it's enough time for this slime charge. Okay. Oh. Fucking Conchu. I swear to God, Conchu. I'll bonk the shit out of you. Get out of here. Bonk. Thank you. Ugh. I might need help. Yeah, why not, right? I'll tank the hits. Heal! Heal! Get him, soldier boy! I'm getting bullied! I need to heal the abnormal status. Oh, that. Oh, wait, can I heal the tech seal thing? I'm dead, right? Oh, yeah, I'm good at this game, I know. It's okay, I just got a bunch of heart churros just now. Okay, you're back to power? Oh, nice. Soldier boy, maybe don't groom at this time. Can it be safe if you lose head to head? Medium chance to inflict burn. Set the fire trap that activates after 2 turns. Seems kinda cool. You can set at the head. I'll bonk. Actually, I think I need to heal. Need to play it slowly because Reverbro is not here anymore. Oh, I changed the wrong weapon, I'm stupid. Okay, might as well shoot the tail then. Oh, I can try paralysis. Shoot the head, maybe? Oh. Okay. Nice, easy game. Okay, head does like bow. I think just like sword. I'll be right back and get some food. Alright, Foxy. Whoa, 1000 damage? Nice. Okay, you're still paralyzed, right? You can groom. The healing effect's still in, right? Yeah, the healing is still here. It's gonna do the blast light thing first. And it become speed, I think. Ah, I don't remember. Yeah, it become speed. Nice! No tech seal for you, little shit. Oh, nice. I can keep doing this. Oh, now I can break the fist. Break the fist. Oh, nice. Oh, nice. You're doing technical. Whoa, you're so clever. Oh, wait, no. Oh, it becomes speed. Wait, no, right? Since when it's not... Huh? Oh, I'm a little bit confused there. It's okay, Soldier Boy. It's okay. If technical loss, it was doing power now? Since when you changed back to power? Oh, is it because I break the fist? Oh, I think it's because I broke the fist. Oh. Yeah, it must be. Yeah, you can set this up. Okay, now we need technical again. It's gonna do tech seal, I think, right? Need to heal. We have the Fox Flame trap over there. Oh boy, so it's gonna aim at Soldier Boy. It's gonna do Slime Charge first. Okay, now we can break the fist, right? Oh, fist. What? I thought fist is knife. Guess I'm wrong. No, just break it. Ooh, that took way too long. One turns. Oh my god, I'm terrible. Poor Soldier Boy. Here, have a hot churros for myself. Oh, am I not supposed? Oh, I already broke the fist. Head, stomach, tail. All the more potential for it. Yeah, head, stomach, tail. I need to keep that in mind then. Do you have something to break? I forgot what Celtas does. Are they both technical? I think they are both technical. So power is right. Need to bonk the bug first. Yeah, we need to kill the bug first. Oh, Celtas is speed. Oh, you're not aiming at anyone? Nice. No bonk. Why are they all aiming for me? You know what? How about this? Oh. I'm gonna die to a bug. they're all too strong. Oh my god, I'm gonna die. Oh shit. Heal and breed. Oh, I need to ride. I should just get the head, right? Yeah, get the head. Get him, Hong Kong! Oh yeah. Oh, that's not AoE? It was speed? I'm back. Hey, welcome back. Salmon? I assume that's ramen. Or unless there's something else called salmon in... If so, I'm sorry. Need to kill the bug. Oh, nice. Thank you. Oh my god, you're so hard to kill. Hyper Brev. Oh, are we dead? I think it's like a Biggins. Should fully heal first. Oh, I'm so good I healed. Oh my god. Hi? Hi, Rogue. It's not back to speed, huh? Head, stomach, more legs. You bully! I will moisturize after this. Hit the legs? No, it was head, stomach, tail. Or stomach. Why you bully? Oh, nice. Nice. I don't want... No. I don't want... Oh, okay, thanks. At least no more... Oh, look at that. It's an isekai truck. It's gone. I see you've been doing yoga to make those stretches. Maybe? Or long. Stomach? Shoot? Oh, I need to shoot. Ooh, hypnosis. Wow. Why do you keep aiming for me? Shoot him. Nice. Ooh. It became power, right? So I need speed. Yeah, you really are just aiming for me. Nice. Oh, finally, paralysis. Good. Legs, bonk. I'm gonna try sword first. Yeah, speed. Yeah, I need bonk. Oh, nice. Even more nice. Hyper breath. Time to heal. Oh, I don't think my heal is enough. How much? Yeah, that's not... I'm probably gonna die if I... I was at full health, isn't it? Dancer buff? Ah, yeah. Dance of life. Oh, fine, I'll use it. Nice. Yeah, I even have Dancer buff just now. Oh! Oh my god! Every fight takes so long without Reverbro. I already missed Reverbro. Alright, let's moisturize real quick. Moisturize good. Oh. Oh my god, the fly, seriously? Are you trying to drink my coffee, you bitch? Oh my god. I can't believe. How rude. Oh. We found Hong Kong knife boy. Much of a fly losing balance, I sometimes do that. How do I lose balance again? Bow is not good. I'm not scientist, fair. fair. How about we get ready first? Actually, I'll do it next turn. Need to bonk the conchu! Oh my god, wait a minute. You're all aiming for me for whatever reason. What did I do wrong to you? Here, I need to tank this shit. Oh boy. Oh my god. Worth. Nice, good kill. Glenn is doing something else. Oh, okay. Monk. Used to be power. Now it could be technical? I assume Fireball Charge does something to change. I should just heal first. Yeah, it became speed. This is bad. Oh! Please don't one shot. Oh! Burn resistance, easy. Okay, it's now speed. You don't have technical. I have to change you out. Weak point. Oh, you hate fire. Okay, okay. Windy boy. Bonk. Kill the bug. Elder Dominance? Wow. Here, I need to get ready again. Windy boy needs healing. Nice. Uh-oh. Flame Chakram? That's a new thing. Oh, is that a AoE? Oh god. Wait, I think that's AoE. Oh, it's not AoE, okay. Let's heal Wimpy Boy. It's doing something else too. So yeah, why not? Ancient's Tomb! Oh, Kushala is so hot. Damn. I like Kushala. Oh. Kinda. Glyphnus looks naturally rideable. I know, right? Oh, hi, Kingston. Hi, Cinder. I remember hearing that you are, you have problem of hearing, right? I vaguely remember that, I think. I hope I'm not wrong. If I assumed, I'm so sorry, alright? I didn't mean to be rude. Glyphnus, power, back to power, back to power. I should bring back Hong Kong Knife Boy. Wait, it's back to power. Why am I doing... Oh yeah, I have Burning Tail. Oh! Oh my god, out healed. I love your friends. Wow. Know that we love you too. Hell yeah. I'm gonna shoot it. I believe in Hong Kong Knife Boy. It's not aiming at anyone. That explains it. That's an AoE. That's an AoE! Help! Goodbye, Hong Kong Knife Boy. Wee! Oh! No, not my Hong Kong Knife Boy. Oh, nice. Maybe not Hellblade. What's the weapon against tail? Here, I should negate this damage. Oh, nice. Need to break the head as well. This is not stomach, right? Yeah, I'm not trying to break body. I'm trying to break stomach. Get the head. Hellbreed! Nice. Oh, yeah, I just got full... I got full kinship. It's doing something else. Oh boy. It's still speed, right? It's still power. Oh, since when you changed to technical? Oh, I don't like that. I don't know what you're trying to do. I'm just gonna... Didn't ask plus L plus ratio this one. Oh my god, thank god. Get him, Hong Kong knife. Yeah. That is so cool though. And a crit? Very nice. Is this still trying to do it? I think you're still trying to do it. Oh my god, you little shit. Oh my god. I think I can tank this. Okay. It should be back to power now. Yeah. What's he trying to do? I'm just gonna bonk it. Oh. It's fine. Hong Kong knife is fine. Yeah, without without Reverbro, I'm so terrible. Oh man, I miss Reverbro. Hi, Progen Pharaoh. Kinship attacks won't stop AoE attacks, only buff skills depending on the monster. Oh, so like AoE attacks would... That's new to me. But it's good to know. Hell yeah. Because I always thought that Kinship were able to just like plus L didn't ask. Well, I think anyway. Nice. Can you need 4 more head, 5 more stomach and tail? Oh my god. The stealth test is everything, right? What is Selta's again? Selta's is speed, right? Selta's speed. I need ice kacang. Come out, ice kacang. Been a while. I need to bonk. Need to bonk the bugs. Wait, ice kacang, what are you aiming at? Ice kacang, apa kamu buat? Ice Kacang, I changed you to because you need to aim at Celtas. Oh my... Ice Kacang, please. Okay, fine. Fine. Oh, Ice Kacang. Oh. Oh, you know what? That's actually good. Oh my god, the fucking bug is so painful. Okay, you can keep doing that. It's fine. Break the legs. Do I need to break the legs? What is it again? Head, stomach, tail. Oh, I don't need to break the legs. Why are you using power? Ice Kacang, please. To all enemies. Moderate boost, use of defense. Inflict stun and lower defense for 3 turns. Yeah. I'll get the kinship back. Kinship will skip the monster's turn on the monsters they hit, including any area attacks they will perform. The only exception is when they act before the kinship, which is possible, but rare. We got the bug! I need to cut the head. Get them! What is it again? I forgot what it does. It was speed? It became power? Oh. So I need to do speed now? I think? It's aiming for me, right? I might die for this. Oh. 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 Oh, okay. Oh my god. Weren't you doing Blizzard Breath? Ice Kacang, please. I'm gonna ride. Get the head. Never estimate the power of Bug. Bug is stonk. Bug is super stonk. Nice. Not nice. What is he trying to do again? It doesn't seem to be aiming for anyone. Oh, that explains it. Ice Kacang's gonna die. Heal Ice Kacang. Oh, all good. Don't worry about it. It's back to technical, alright? It's back to speed, so I need technical. Can you break the stomach? Stomach. Maybe if I can score a paralysis, who knows? Yep, I got paralysis. Need to heal up. Hey! You got 6.4k cryptid points? Wow. Don't spend it only one place. Shoot the stomach! Ooh! Double paralysis? Oh, maybe I shouldn't let... Okay, Diamond Wave is fine, I think. Do you break parts? No, you don't break parts. That's kind of bad. He's doing something else. Heal! Heal! Ooh! Hyper breath? Is it hyper breath? Time to heal more. Soothing sound, spam that shit. Stun? Oh. Oh, wait, good? I think... Oh, that skips the hyper breath. Oh my god, that's gonna... Oh, sucks to be you, Zeltas. Sucks to be you, holy shit. Here, I'll heal again, so that I don't use too much. I have 999 potion, it's fine, just kill them. What are you doing?
Oh my god,
I have to simp, it's dragon. Spending in one place is literally only your only option. You guys' only option. You know what, that's fair, true. Not wrong at all. You're 200% right. You guys can only spend that place, spend the point in one place. I need coffee to wake up. Eh. How the Horn of Healing is also Horn of Bonk? Oh yeah. I mean, in Monster Hunter, always has been that way. The horn can be bonk and support and heal. Oh, is that Gravios? I don't want to fight Gravios there. I'm gonna get hit by overheat. What do you... Really cool mist. What do you mean overheat? I mean, if I'm standing on top of lava, I will still get hit by overheat and also damage over time. No. All right, let's fight two of these. I'm gonna die. I'm so gonna die. Oh boy. Oh no. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Oh no. Oh shit. Ooh, this is absolute terrible. Oh fuck. Oh no. Oh shit. Oh, there's a Conchu red as well. Where's the Conchu? I can't even see the Conchu. I'm dead. I'm dead as fuck. Oh, there's the Conchu. Reverbro, where are you? Oh my god. Oh my god. I cannot counter stance anymore. Oh baby. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Oh, this is all kinds of terrible. Greatly reduced damage is taken in the turn used. I mean, change musty encounter again. Let's go. Oh shit, I forgot I can do that. Hell yeah. Who wants to be in here? Ice Kachang has a lot of oh, Wimdy Boy can reduce their damage and defense. Oh yeah! Come in, Wimdy Boy. If only you have the chance of doing that. Okay, I see the problem. One speed, one power, one technical. Oh my god! Guys, this is bad. Seltas is aiming at... Seltas is speed, right? Okay, good. There. You can get the head. This looks fine. This is anything but fine. Power, speed. Get the legs maybe? But I need to get the head. The head needs bonk, I think. I mean, you're all rock. I need to get kinship points. Woo! Goodbye world! Oh, Elder Dominance? Oh, thank God, Elder Dominance, let's go. That's what I'm waiting for. That's what it's all about. Scream at them, please! Scream! Thank you! Yeah. Not good. Not good. I cannot use items. Bitch! I'm already dead! Oh, cool. I don't care anymore. We have Elder Dominance in, heal. Now we have 2 power. Okay, okay. Nice. Not nice. Not nice. What the fuck? Oh, you fuck. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. This is a little bit terrible, isn't it? Like, I have stench, I have everything. Cannot. This is great. Trap Cyclone? Trap Cyclone traps everyone, right? Here, you can do that. I'm gonna speed attack the head at least. Oh, I should have gotten the heat laser. Fuck. Yeah, I'm dead. Heat laser! 2 health, let's fucking go! 2 health, bitch! I didn't die. I can never die. How do I survive this? I cannot use items. Can I use items? Aren't I stenched? It's gonna say I cannot use, right? I mean, here it says I can use, but if I use them, stench in this game is weird. What does stench do? Oh. Stench in Monster Hunter Stories 2. This will prevent you from feeling the kinship gauge for a number of turns. It can be cured by using certain skills and items. Oh! Yeah, it's supposed to prevent item use, but in this game it's prevent kinship gauge. That's even worse! What do you mean useless? I need kinship. I need the Elder Dominance. Oh, this is all kinds of fucked. Like, I don't think I can survive this shit. How much is aiming for me? I feel like Celtas and Gravius is gonna do AoE. Like, Celtas is looking at me, but then it's like... Can I run away? Can I run away? Oh my god. I didn't expect this. Like, fucking Celtas and Gravius can kill me so hard. No, don't run away. We lose, we lose. Alright, we lose, we lose. We never run away. Ooh. Oh, Conchu is finally dead. Oh, Gravios is aiming for me. I would not be able to handle this. And Wimdy Boy is gonna die unless I change. Who has absolute evasion again? I thought one of you have. Oh, I guess not. Wait, what was I thinking? Okay, let's think about this. Mizu? I guess not. Yeah, not Soldier Boy. Yeah, normal Mizu. My squeaky boy. Let's think about this. Celtas is no element? I think Celtas is no element. Unless Celtas is lightning. I can use G Queen Gal. Or Ice Kachang. Right. Oh, but then Gravios is fire, so it would be a bad idea. Maybe bring I King Boy in. Yeah, let's bring I King Boy. Okay. Think about this. I King Boy. And I'm gonna guard that piece of shit, alright? Because I cannot take 2 hits. I'm not gonna do counter stance. I'm gonna do guard. Greatly reduce damage taken, alright? I'm gonna tank this shit. Oh! Did I King Boy almost died? Alright, I King Boy, you did good. Celtas is back to speed. So we need technical. Please aim at Celtas. I said, please aim at Celtas. Oh my god, you piece. Okay, I'm not stenched anymore. Heat laser, goodbye world. Oh! No fucking way. Heat laser my ass, kind of an aim. Okay. Celtas. Celtas. Did I break the head? Okay, haven't. Let's change back to this one. This is gonna be a long fight. Nice, nice. Okay, they're both aiming for me. Okay, you also have head. How about stomach? I think I need to break your stomach first. I'll do this. Oh, yeah, power! Okay, well, I forgot. I'm stupid. Yep. I forgot its power. How can I forget the point at a time like this? Gravios is doing something. Retha, I think that Azurite lost. Noramizu and Superwind has evade skills. Oh. Oh my god. Yeah. Heat laser! Oh boy. Oh, wait, the heat laser is aimed at Ice Kachang. Yeah, we lost. Oh, Ice Kachang! Oh my god! Ice Kachang! You cannot play my feelings like that anymore, you fuck! Ice Kachang, don't. Get out. Okay, good. Celta's doing something. Hyper Breath? How about this? I'm gonna gain some... what is it called? Double attack, right? This is double attack, right? Yeah, this is double attack. They're both not aiming for anything. This is like the worst thing possible. High chance to remove buff from all enemies. Oh, that's kinda useless. Think. G Queen Gal, G Queen Gal. Stealthas is doing Hyper Breath, but Hyper Breath will happen on the second turn. I have a chance to shoot him, I think. To like, if I can inflict paralysis, I can take a breather. Right? If I can inflict paralysis, I can take a breather. I'm taking this bet. Oh, you're aiming for. Oh, okay. Yeah, it is Hyper Breath. Yes. Oh my god, Pog, very Pog. Okay, they're both aiming for me. Both power. G Queen Gal somehow needs to heal. I could bring in Ice Kachang, honestly. Albeit it's a little bit dangerous. No, I'll bring in Windy Boy. And gonna hope Windy Boy spam that Elder Dominance, because Elder Dominance can also let me take a breather, right? I can take this hit. I can also bet on Celtas being paralyzed. This is the most thinking I ever done in my entire life. I'll take both hits, but I'm gonna heal. Yeah. Oh, well. Oh, one is tail swipe, one is heat laser. Oh boy. No! I'm stupid. Yeah, well, it happened.
Hello.
Guess I tried.
And welcome.
Deku boy, hi. Thanks for the follow. The two bodyguards terrifying. Kinda is. I missed my Reverbro. Fuck. I'm bad. No, I'm not bringing Reverbro. It's too OP. Almost close to winning. I highly doubt that, to be honest. It feels so far away from winning. Alright, let's just do this real quick. Get everything. Also, how you doing, Deku boy? Welcome in. I think I've reached my yearly quota of brain usage. Let's do a little bit more. Ay. I mean, I like Hong Kong Knife Boy, but maybe I need a more Since Hong Kong Knife Boy is all just power, if I can get technical and speed. Oh wait, Hong Kong Knife has speed. So Hong Kong Knife just need a technical? I'm good, just chilling while playing this game. And nice, ooh, good to know, good to know. If I can get a technical somehow. Who is technical? Fish. But fish is not fire. Land urchin? What is this? Heroics? Maybe not. What is that? Slugger? Oh, Toasty Boy. Are you technical? No, it's all power. Toasty Boy is too powerful. Bomber Boy? Power, speed, technical. Ignition breath. Oh! Instantly causes blast blight. Whoa. It's technical. And I think ignition breath is good for Hong Kong Knife Boy, maybe? Yeah. Need to get some sleep before sun comes out. Good luck with the monsties. Okay, Lex. Thanks for the lurk. And I hope you have good sleep. It means instantly detonates blast blight. Oh, it detonates blast blight. It's not causes blast blight. Because I thought if it causes blast blight instantly, that's a little bit too good. Like way too good. But like, I can have this. I can have a technical choice. How about this? I'll let Hong Kong Knife heal. Nah, I'm not gonna do that. Oh, is this Dread King Rathalos? Wait, who is this? The Up King Boy? Oh, are you Dread King Rathalos? Wait a minute. You are Dread King, isn't it? Oh shit, I think you are. My naming sense. Okay, you are. My naming sense has successfully confuses myself. Cool. What is that? Health up? Oh. I'm not good with Rite of Channeling because I have no idea what am I trying to get? What am I trying to do? Combo? Greatly increases the user attack but moderately lowers defense. Charges power for 2 turns. Moderate increase fire attack and defense for 5 turns. Pop-up is considered the most OP shit in this game. Real fucking Lee? But it also lowers defense though. What if I got like one shot? Or I could one shot them. People usually don't care about that. Fair. Plus 70? Plus 70? What the fuck? Okay, that's a lot. Wait, plus 70 is way too much. Excuse me? Wait, 70 is like a shitload. Yeah, but pump up is dragon? Yeah. I don't think I have a dragon element. The only thing that beats it is things like Pink Radiance, Radiant Flare. Bolt Reaver's Azure Voltage. Bolt Reaver. Soldier Boy needs help, it feels like. And that's mostly cause it gives both a power boost and a power charge. What does a power charge even do? No more. Soldier Boy needs big help. Hey Kitty, do you sell stimulant? Oh, I bought all the stimulant possible. Guess not here. Power charge gives the plus elemental attack stat. Makes your next hit within 2 turns do double damage or something. Press R1 for more. Oh my god. I need Leviathan. Unlimited? I can just buy how many I want? Oh my god! I only need one more for now. Right, since I don't have that much bottle caps, let's use it. Let's use it like only when needed. It feels like my Soldier Boy is not doing any damage like at all. Which is kind of sad. Alright, that's all the gene stuff. Soldier Boy needs... What's that? Piercing Claws, Spiral Claw is cool. Groom is good, right? So I need all water? I need water for Soldier Boy? Water boost? Is there any water boost L or some shit? Or XL? Can cost down. Oh! Can evade head-to-head kinship skills? Sometimes evade an enemy attack. I don't know. We'll look at the other things first. Aqua Blaster. Low speed for 3 turns. Water Breath. Water Plus. Water Plus Gene? But it's not XL. What? Water is just evasion up? Dancer. Ooh, dancer is good, right? Stink. Oh, hi, cheesecake. What? We could just go for water monsties. Yeah, we could do that. Hello, cheesecake stinky. How you doing? Anti-sleep. Dancer is your best water buffing gene aside from your standard boost? Yeah. Water passive gene, right? See if I have any. Dancer M. This one. How many XL? Reduce the kinship charge cost of monster skills. Reduces kinship charge cost by a noticeable amount. Hope you're doing good, cheesecake. Still troubleshooting but have to boop. Yeah, boop important. As long as from cheesecake. I know, right? Cheesecake stinky. Oh, look at this. Poison spit. Noxious poison gene. Poison gene. Low chance to inflict poison and lower thunder defense and speed. Lower thunder defense? Oh wait, Soldier Boy does not thunder. King cost isn't really worth in this scenario because everything is cheap on the water skill pool. So you're reducing things like poison speed from 14 to 12 for example. Oh yeah, that doesn't sound good. All the water is like only medium. Evasion L is here. I could try getting the Evasion XL. At least it helps in this scenario, it feels like. Like, it helps. Right? Right. Let's put it here. Bye bye, Diabolos. Gonna love the highest pitch possible. Okay, what else do we have? Water Breath, Bewitching Bubbles, Seal Breaker, Water Boost. Oh, wait, there was a Gen Drum that has Water Boost Plus. Which one is it? Oh, there it is. Oh no, this is anti-sleep. Where's the Water Boost Plus? I don't remember where it is. Is it you? No, your evasion up. Is it from Mizu? I think I have every other water boost monster. Sun, Dancer. So it can cost down. I could try getting Dancer. Right now. Right? This is Mike Tyson. Dancer M. Dancer M. Dancer L. Whoa. Oh, good boy, why do you have two dancers? Alright, I'm gonna take away your dancer privilege. He has 2 dances because he be breakdancing. I mean, Zinogre feels like the most likely monster that would do breakdancing. So yeah. Actually canon. I'm putting it here for the speed boost. Bye, good boy. Stand and go beat up Valstrax again. Ooh. Gonna get that Valstrax. The Dragon's Fire or the Rice Gem? I assume you mean Monsanto Rice. I could get a water boost from this Mizu. Yeah, I'm doing it. I recommend taking the attack skill instead for attack option. The attack skill is this one. Deal heavy water damage to one enemy. Medium chance to lower speed for 3 turns. I mean, you're right. You're right. Yeah, you're right. For a technical option. Oh my god, you're so right. Holy shit, I'm getting this one. From a Mizu to Mizu. The squeak. The squeaky noises. Okay, let me see what else can I take. Do I get pump up? Pump up for Soldier Boy? No. Oh, the Soldier Boy has Groom. It's fine. Pump up and Groom stacks? What the fuck? Pump up and Groom stacks? So I can Groom and I pump up and I do massive damage. I took Dancer, right? Now we just need a water boost. Groom only buffs water, it stacks up. It stacks on top of all element buff. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah. Dancer? This one? Can cost down? Your defense down from both stacks. Like, oh shit. I mean, people don't care about that, right? We're trying to get that thick, chunky damage. It'd be very like to get one shot by thunder. True. Not if I one shot them first. Not if I one shot them first. What would benefit Soldier Boy? Just maybe don't care about the combination of like water or anything. Crit XL? The options are pretty limited. If I get like a critical IXL for water is no critable move with no drawbacks. With the crit semi-pointless. Wow, okay. Music is annoying me. Okay, something prove a hero from a corp. The power of Lulusion music. It's some weird Irish jig in the major key. Heroics? Tenacity? 50% or more. You're getting prime for Prove Hero, which I love, but no, it's some Pokemon Belele. Pokemon Belele. Do you love the Pokemon Belele? Yeah, that's why I think the full HP won't mix well. Anything that can heal them? Do they have skills that can heal themselves? Ludroth and purple Ludroth for carry power tech genes. I think I used the Ludroths all for expeditions. Yeah. All my Ludroths in the expedition. Only Thunder and Dragon, the XX Eater. So there's no like... Social Armor has the skill, right? Self-heal. They don't have self-heal, right? There's crit heal, but you don't have the critable skill unless you use some non-elemental skill. Rare Mizu is new to Sunbreak. Gasoline Fox? Oh, nah, I don't think that's Violet. Selfish Dragon Gene? Ooh. It's okay. You know what? I'm gonna bring that Mizu back. I gotta bring that Soldier Boy back. If I go hunt water monsties, let me know. Okay. At least for this time, I'm gonna go back to the booking place first. Oh wait, I'm already here. Alright, Soldier Boy. Oh wait, we're hot. Again, I forgot. Are you... Mike Tyson is power, right? Unless I'm wrong. Okay. Nice. This game's way of drawing Mizu makes me feel stuff. That fluffy tail, I've already been feeling stuff for a long time. Nothing's wrong with that, huh? Oh. Yeah, Spiral Crow doesn't get buffed by Gruman. Oh, is it gonna do Tech Seal? Oh, no Tech Seal for you, bitch. I remember this. Yeah, it gives plus water only. No Tech Seal. Yeah, this is water, right? Look at the damage. Heavily Eye Miso has a very weird skill pool. Feels like it. Watching a Miso model do a 180 without critting is so cursed. Welcome to Monster Hunter Stories 2. Yeah, I love the game a lot. Am I saying bonk? Oh, I am. I don't need bonk, do I? Nice. I kind of want to get the fist. Like, I kind of want to get the fist. But at the same time, I can get the head. I can get the fist afterwards. Let's get the head first. Ooh. Oh, nice. Soldier Boy don't groom now. Okay, we need the tail, we need the tail. Mike Tyson is a punchy fun guy. I know, right? What is the concept of this game? Pokemon. Easy. Pokemon. It's just Pokemon. Oh, I don't cut the tail? What if I shoot the tail? Do I still need to break the fist? Is it still... I don't know what it does. I don't think it's power now, question mark? Oh, I'm gonna paralysis coating. Oh, okay, it's power. Nice, thank you. My boy literally points a laser pointer at the enemy mon. Yeah. It lets you know. Is it aiming at... Okay. Oh my god, damage. Oh, you're gonna do Tech Seal again? Gonna hope for it to get paralyzed. Paralyzed. Don't move. Don't try Tech Seal. Thank you, game. Thank you. Okay, all good, all good. That was 1k plus. The big boy damage. Now he's doing slime charge, right? I forgot what it turned to speed. Did it turn to speed? Oh, chunk. Nice. I forget what it does. Is it speed now? Is it power? Oh, okay, okay, it's speed. Gosh, I really can't remember anything. Having tech option, pretty good. Get him! Yeah, I'm kind of confusing myself. Tech seal. Oh yeah, I did tech seal. Oh my god, I really don't remember anything. Like at all. Even though it just happened like 2 seconds ago. Don't worry about it. Yeah, Soldier Boy is not bad currently. I need to break stomach and sever tail. Oh god, we have a bug. Oh god. Must bonk bug. Celta's speed. Celta's his tail, right? Yeah, I think. Oh, you don't have tail. Nice. Nice. Nice fox. That big dangly thing, not a tail. Why? Why is it not a tail? Okay, how about that? You groom, right? You groom. It's okay, Soldier Boy. You can groom. Well, unless. Oh shit! You're both aiming. I mean, you have technical. That's fine. Hit that head. Actually, I'm gonna negate the damage. Yep. Oh! Evasion up. Let's go. Do I want to negate one more damage? Yeah, because the trap is gonna explode. Nice. It's way too painful. What does Celta's it went from speed to power, I think. So I need to do speed now? Probably. Okay, okay. Okay, I need to break the stomach. Stomach. Hyper breath? If it's hyper breath, I'm gonna charge and I do kinship. Yep, okay. Alright, gonna skip your big boy. Because I don't care. I'm doing it. Oh, today's connection is really good. Nice. Today's connection is like so good to a point that it's like no drop frames at all. Okay, now it's back to technical. Nice. Legs. Oh, legs only bonk. Ah, yeah. I want to negate the damage. I'll do it again. Hyper breath? Okay lah, since it's doing hyper breath, I'm gonna do this. The screen split with Mizu plus the mask is quite nice looking. I know, right? It fits. Time to kill! Kill this boog! I'm learning. Still don't know when Zelda is gonna do the AoE though. Kinda scary. Okay, so I was around here, I think. Gonna get back there. Oh my god, okay. Soldier Boy has no AoE, right? Hong Kong Knife Boy has AoE. I can bet on that, right? Yeah, for this time, let's use Hong Kong Boy. Hong Kong Knife Boy. Yeah, okay, now let's just bonk the bug. Oh my god, it's so painful. I don't think I can survive this, honestly. Unless I use guard? I don't know. Now just throw an item for myself. They're easy. Spin! Oh, nice! Oh my god! Okay, let's bring back Soldier Boy. I mean, Glaven is doing something else, something that I don't know. Tail. I need to bond the tail? Okay, fine. So Fireball... What? Oh, it's not charged yet, the tail. Oh, yeah. Okay. Fireball charge makes it speedy. I remember this. Vaguely. I'm gonna negate the damage. I'll get tail still. Yeah, Aqua Blaster doesn't do hard damage? Yeah, it doesn't. Okay. Just break it, Nice too. Oh! No, don't do that. Do this. Oh yeah. I think it needs speed again. Honestly, no bringing Reverbro requires me to use more brain power. Like, a lot more. Makes the game kind of fun, honestly. Like, kind of fun. I'm not saying that bringing Reverbro doesn't make the game fun. Reverbro is great, but if I want to challenge myself, I'm not gonna bring Reverbro. He go cut. Yeah, Reverbro cut is too strong. It's now technical. Yeah, let's break the head together. Get him! Nice! Body needs bonk. I'm gonna ignore that. I'm gonna pretend I cannot see it. Nice. Wow, cheesecake bully. Okay, let's charge up. Is that LE? Is this AoE? I think it is. I'm gonna do this. Yeah, I'm gonna do this. Kinsip? Oh wait, that's not AoE. That's just Chakram. That's not a Scorching Blade. Now this looks like AoE. It's fine. Oh. Oh, nice. Chakram, let's go. Is it gonna do another Chakram? More Chakram? I gotta charge. More Chakram? Please paralyze. No! Oh! No more Chakram. Ready to calm down. Hey! Sorry? Oh, he didn't do anything big yet. I forgot. You don't have power, right? I gotta try to paralyze it again. No! AoE? Feels like AoE? Let's heal. Unless it's under the Chakram, then I'll shoot my pants. Okay, there it is. I'm pretty sure this is not gonna kill. Alright, no kill. Easy. Easy. This game easy. That death didn't happen. That loss didn't happen. Burn ointment. I installed a bunch of stuff and updated all drivers in sight. Ooh. Ri hoi hoi pinky. Sounds good. But hoi hoi red gem. Nice. Now we just need to break stomach and tail. Celtas is not tail. I'm so upset. Why? The bitch, like that's like the biggest tail ever. And then you tell me that's not tail. I mean, sure, it's like a scorpion stinger, I guess. Isn't that a tail? Like technically considered a tail? Question mark. Oh no, we have so many bugs. I need Hong Kong knife boy. Celtas is speed. Let's break the stomach first this time. Woo! Oh my god, wait a minute. Hey, I need you to do Scorching Blade. Oh, actually you can do Hellblade. I'm gonna tank this shit. I'm not even gonna counter because the damage output is not even that worth. I'm gonna sustain as much as possible. Hellblade! Yeah, look at that. Okay, now you need to do this. Okay, this one's good. I think I'm probably gonna heal. Do I heal now? Ugh, I don't know. You know what? No. Who? Ultroth is aiming for me? Oh, that is doing like plus damage then. Yeah, I'm gonna do some damage to your head. Please get him. Nice, that's one down. Okay, I need healing so hard right now. Okay, do it one more time, do it one more time. Okay, you can do that. I can try to heal, I think. I think I can take this hit. I'm stupid! I'm dead. I don't fully understand my son's stories. Well, I'm stenched. Do you choose the monster that comes with you? No. Or yes, kinda. You need to get their eggs, hatch them, and then you can choose to bring them with you. You can bring a team of 5 monsters of your choosing. I think 5? 6. Make that 6. And you can choose 3 different weapons that you can bring. All with different attack types, I think. Or you can just bring 3 slashing types, I think, if you want. Like battle collecting monsters? Kinda. I'm just gonna heal. Oh, actually, is it aiming for me? Yeah. Ah, crap. I need to get the stomach. But I cannot get kinship gauge. That's like the worst thing ever right now. And it's now it's not speed anymore. It's power, it's power. Oh yeah, Hong Kong Knife Boy, do you have... Oh, even double attack doesn't help at this point. Does it? It does. You know what, let's do it. If I do it... Yeah, I'll take this hit, I'll take this hit. Ooh. 1 health, baby. Still aiming for me? Scorching Blade? Okay, you can do that, you can do that. We're gonna take away the stench timer. Shoot him! Hyper Breath? That quick? Already doing Hyper Breath? Okay, wait. I'm gonna take this opportunity to heal the abnormal status. Am I stench still? Yeah, I am. Yeah, just cure the stench first, and then I'm gonna throw a Dust of Life to heal. Or actually, no. I don't think I'm gonna throw a Dust of Life. My Dust of Life is like how much left? No Dust of Life. That's a bit of a problem. Okay, let's change monster. Soldier Boy, come in. Soldier Boy's gonna take the hit. And I'm gonna heal myself. With Mecha. Yeah. Should be able to tank this. All good. Still aiming for me, you piece? I don't care anymore, I'm gonna heal. Okay, didn't kill. Now back to this one. Let's back to speed. So I need to do this. Please just get paralyzed. Thank you! Oh, gonna get kinship gauge back? Nice. You need technical. Actually, let's negate the damage. Oh wait, no, that's Aqua Blaster. I'm stupid. I cannot double with Aqua Blaster. Oh wait, I can, right? I can target, I can double attack with any single target monster. It's just paralyzed so that I'm not... Yeah, okay, weird. It's just because... Yeah, the para cucked me. It's okay, it's okay, it's worth. I'm gonna tank the hit? Yeah. Nice. Good night, go to sleep, bye. Alright, bye Cinder. Have good sleep. Wait. Have good sleep, Cinder. There. Funny why people don't really like para in PvE. That makes sense. I still like paralysis a little bit. Break the hit. I'm gonna wait until the hyper breath. Nice. Yep, that's hyper breath 1. Let's just do this. Oh wait, I should have healed. I'm stupid. Ah, it's okay lah. Nice, and then we're gonna ride. Oh yeah, that fully heals, nice. Go for the kill, go for the kill. Oh, it didn't die. Oh no. I need to negate this damage. Hey, come in, Wimdy boy. Here, let's... Yeah, let's... Hit! Nice! Every fight feels like it's taking a long time just because I feel like my damage dealing is pretty bad. Like, kinda bad. It's here, right? Yeah, the big boy 2 monsters. Yep, that's the Stealthus and Gravios and the bug. Ah. I'll bring Valstrax. I wish. I know exactly what monster I'll bring to battle with me. Ooh. Monster team building game need often very optimized builds for great damage. True. I'll bring Kuroyaku. Kuroyaku's pretty good. Cool. You could build Kuroyaku to be very strong if you want, I think. With the right of channeling. You can, right? With the right of channeling, you can make any monster pretty much a little bit stronger. I think, anyway. Let's go, soldier boy. I already have my favorite monster in this game well built. I don't know what my favorite monster is. I mean, these are all my favorite monsters. I can't really choose. There's too much of my favorite ones. I just love all of them. Alright, I might die a second time, but let's do this. Come here. I don't have camo, right? Yeah, that's kind of sad. They're both looking this way, it's kind of hard. I want to at least have the upper hand of fighting them first, but... Nah, who needs that? Just go in. Here, I'm here. Come here. Oh wait, I'm gonna need... I need Hong Kong Knife Boy first to kill the Conchu. I need to kill the Conchu. They're all aiming for a monstie, right? Yeah, they're... Oh my god, they really want to aim at a monstie. This is bad. Soldier Boy is afraid of thunder? No thunder here, at least. You have no power. You're doing Spiral Claw against... This is bad. Oh, this is so bad. Let me think. Let me think for a little bit. Ice Kacang. I could bring Ice Kacang first. If I can up the kinship gauge and the Ice Kacang can spam the AoE, that would be good. Like, Ice Kacang can potentially stun all of them constantly. And I already fucked up. I already fucked up! Okay, Celtas. Okay, speed, power, technical. Speed, power, technical. I might have to deal with this, because Gravios is like fire. Power, do you have speed? Are you doing speed? No, you're doing technical. I am actually dead as fuck. Unless I do this. Ayoweya, this is bad. Can I heal? Ah, that's a no, that one. No, hi SC. Hi SC, welcome. This is a little bit bad. This is all kinds of bad right now. Oh no, the crit. The goddamn crit. Okay, 2 aiming.
Droxen, remember to attack the large enemy crab, and to attack its weak point for massive damage.
Large enemy crab? I don't see a crab here. Well, we have a small conchu that could be a crab, I think. Hong Kong Knife Boy, power. Power against conchu? If Hong Kong Knife Boy aim conchu, that's good. Please aim at conchu. I swear to God, you just want me dead at this point. Maybe I should negate 1 damage.
Archfiend Crustacean level 591.
What is that? Just double attack the head. Get the... And we got a tail sweep? That's bad. Goddamn conchu is too painful! Oh, you don't have technical. Everything is going downhill at this point.
Droxen, remember that if your monster runs out of HP, it'll be knocked out of the fight. If your health points are low, try healing.
I'll try. Like, this bitch is stressing. This shit is stressing me out. I cannot believe. It's just Monster Hunter Stories, man. Jeez. Can I just ignore? Okay, how about this? Don't do head to head. Don't do head to head. I'm gonna try to. I feel like I cannot negate damage at this point. Like, just kill them as fast as possible. Bonk 'em, bonk 'em, bonk 'em.
Droxen, remember to use the code left, right. We can't explain all of these messages, down, but crab and weak point should be from Genji. Start. Days of the Blades presentation at Sony's press conference at E3 Expo in May 2006.
Okay, can't choose that at least. Woo! What are you aiming at? What are you aiming at? Okay. That would not kill. The code left, right, up, down, down. You mean up, down, left, right, A, B. Start for 30 extra lives. The Konami code! Very nice. Always love the Konami code. Up, down, left, right, B, A. Delicious. I'm just gonna shoot them. Just shoot them. Just shoot them. Who knows they're gonna do AoE again. That's a weird Konami code. I know, right?
Droxen, remember to save the game before quitting at the end of your session. If you quit without saving, you may lose any progress made since the last time you saved.
Right. Ooh. Like, now they are both aiming for me. If they're both aiming 1-for-1, that's good. If they're both aiming at 1, that's a bit of a problem. Don't know if I can take this, honestly. But then again, one of them could be paralyzed. I'm gonna try paralyzing you. Good. I'm dead. Fucking shit, man. Yeah, we're in better kinship. I was spending on them trying.
Droxen, your water levels are reaching critically low levels. Drink some of your G Fuel copyright-sponsored brand Gold Russie flavored drink.
Gold Russie? Dude, maybe I would drink that. I was hoping they would get paralyzed. That's why I didn't do kinship. But it didn't. I mean, bad on me to try to rely on RNG, honestly. Ooh, this is stressing me out. Okay, now they are both aiming for Hong Kong Knife Boy. I should seriously get one down first. Celtas now is still not... Is Celtas pissed? No, right. I don't think Celtas is pissed yet.
There is gamer subs in the best flavor as Guacamole Gamer Fart 9000.
Guacamole fart. I could negate 1 damage. The actual flavor? Gamer subs and the best way is guacamole. Gamer Fart 9000. Actual flavor? Don't know if I would trust you for that, but I guess I'll trust you for that. Fart though, holy shit.
Droxen, try and remember some of the basics of CQC. You can tap the attack button to perform basic strikes against your enemy, but if you hold down the attack button, you'll grab the enemy and hold them in a chokehold.
What's a CQC? Yeah, right, and go back. Oh, okay. Fuck. Okay. Just right. No, don't right. Hyper breath incoming. I don't know which is gonna do the AoE. Roof? Alright, give me a moment. Siftas is now power. God, I might die for this. Yep. At least I negate the AoE. But I don't think I can tank the heat laser. I tried. Oh my god, what the fuck?
Droxen, you can jump by pressing the jump button. The longer you hold down the button, the higher your jump will be. If you collect a mushroom, you'll grow larger and will be able to take an extra hit.
Is that Mario? God. Seltas is not doing AoE anymore. Seltas is not doing AoE anymore. Graphics is not pissed yet. Might be able to tank this. Okay, that's the hyper breath. That's the hyper breath incoming. Do this so that Hong Kong knife can actually survive the hit. Actually, no, let's negate the damage entirely.
Droxen, the captain needs you at the bridge ASAP. Come on and follow me. Gets exploded.
Needs you at the bridge? The bridge? Okay, here comes hyper breath. Let's ride. Sorry, I don't know half the reference of that. I only know Mario. I only know Mario. The eat the mushroom one. Okay. Woo! Okay, Crawford is still not pissed. Hong Kong Knife Boy is doing power attack? Oh god.
Droxen, remember to use your available arsenal wisely. While your sword can damage enemies quickly, you can use your boomerang to stun them first, or bombs to damage large groups.
While your sword can damage enemies quickly, you can use your boomerang to stun them first or bombs to damage large groups. What game is that? TLOZ? I don't know what that is. Bomb arrow? Bomb arrow? Sounds pog. Gosh, I have no idea what those games are. Oh my god. Oh, The Legend of Zelda. Okay, both aiming for me. Feels like Gravios is gonna do heat laser again. Aww. This one has some defense. Take this and I'll... I feel like Sylphus is gonna do AoE. Alright, Soldier Boy, you have... Let's double attack this bitch. Let's break the stomach. Yeah, okay, I was right.
Droxen, if you interrogate one of your defeated enemies, they might divulge the locations of some hidden Riddler trophies.
Riddler
Make sure you keep an eye out for any questionable thugs.
Questionable thugs? Batman games, we think? Since we are listening, instead of consuming, we like to mention that remember the basic CQC origin of Metal Gear? Oh, CQC something in Metal Gear? Riddler the Batman villain? Oh. Batman games, methinks. Batman Ayo Pog. Heat laser coming from Gravios. And now I need to like call them out, I think. Negate the damage. That's all I can do, I think. I'm gonna break the head. Okay, let's try breaking the head. So, Spiral Claw. And I'm gonna do this. Double attack. Thank you. Okay. Oh god, this is bad. They keep aiming for me. Deke? As in Dick Grayson, the first Robin, and later Nightwing. Oh god, I have no idea what those are. My knowledge is zero with these kinds of things. No more heat laser.
Oh hey dad, you're here, and so is Goku. Gohan 2019.
Gohan 2019. Let's ride. I have to ride. I need to heal up. At least I got rid of foul gas. Oh, that was during the 18-hour stream that I did not too long ago. The karaoke session. Fun times. Soldier Boy, why are you doing power attack? You're a speed. Oh. I am really thinking about this. Soldier Boy. Oh, I swear to God, Soldier Boy. Soldier Boy can tank this. I need to get rid of Tail Sweep. Nice. Eee, okay. Okay, Sylphus is pissed. Sylphus is now powered. They are both power. Okay. Gravios. Aiming. Okay. Okay. Soundhead Ramen here just went. Foxy had ramen, yeah. The coincidence. Okay. Negate all the AoE, please. Oh, I don't know what Gravios does.
Droxen, remember to conserve your ammo for when you really need it. Try and evade enemies by running past them, or finding another way around.
Try to evade enemies by running past them or find another way around. Conserve your ammo? Is that Doom? Oh, Soldier Boy, you don't have power. This is bad. I have to write and change. I think I have to write and change. Okay, fine. Okay, I have full health. I have full health. Let Gravios hit me is fine. Okay, Gravios is not technical. Basically any survival horror game. True. Well, Valheim don't have ammo, at least. Does arrow count as ammo? You know what? Arrow counts as ammo. Yeah, any survival game. Technical, you have power, right? No, you don't. You're doing speed attack. Oh, this is getting spicy. Very, very spicy. Okay, that's the hyper breath. That's the hyper breath. At least break the head first, I think. King Boy? I just wish when King Boy comes in, it would actually aim at Gravios. Because Gravios is not technical. Please? Aim? Properly? You fuck! It's okay. It's fine. Everything's fine. It's not gonna take too much damage. The next turn, if I can, I will try to heal up with Soothing Sound. I hope it's possible. Oh. Okay. Like, if I can kill Celtas. Oh no, that's too much.
Boxen. Remember to perform your team skills in a more optimized order to maximize the potency of reactions you can create.
I'm gonna make G Queen Gal tank this one, and I'll bring in Soldier Boy afterwards. Soldier Boy has still some health to work with. Perform your team skills in a more optimized order to maximize the potency of reactions you can create. More optimized order, team skills. Please not kill the Droxen once you run with damage. God, this is already going really bad. I think G Queen Gal can tank the hyper breath. Yeah. Oh, Gravios is doing something else as well. Wait, are they both doing big boy? If they're both doing big boy, I'm actually... There's no chance of taking this. Okay, in one can only hope, one can only hope, one can only hope. Let's hope for the best, let's hope for the best. If I lose, then it's totally skill issue. Oh, yep. Yeah, we did. Yeah. Oh, it's charging. Hi, Diluc. I don't know, man. Malaser? That's all I can do. Let's tank the laser. I have to tank 2 hits. I can't heal. I can only guard and hope for the best again. I basically have to take 2 hits. I think guarding here is like the good choice, even though I have like just a little bit more than half health. Yeah, even if I heal, I'll die because Celtas is aiming for me as well. And Gravio's big boy, it's definitely gonna be an AoE. Fuck it, just guard. Here we go. Oh! Okay. There's a chance. There's a fucking chance I'm not throwing this away. What are you doing, Gravios? Are you aiming for me as well? I mean, if you're aiming for me, you should. What are you doing? Oh no, what is Gravios doing? Oh, it's Gravios char. Is it resting for a turn after the big boy? Oh my god. Okay. Oh my god. Bring in Soldier Boy and this. I need to kill. Celtas is now. Oh, Celtas needs technical. Celtas is speed currently. Yeah, Celtas is speed currently. Why not double attack and get the thing? Get the kinship. I don't know what Gravios is doing. If I die here, I'll actually be a little bit mad. Powerhouse stance, what's that? Oh shit, oh shit. They are both aiming for me, how? Think. I could use this and guard them again. Guard needs 10. I have... How much kinship? 59. 35. 35. 10. 45. 45. Elder Dominance. All of them. Block. Tank the hit. For now. And I'm gonna try to heal afterwards. And if they aim 1 for 1, that's good, alright? This is all that I can do for now. I don't think I can tank this. But I'm gonna try anyway. Wait, unless it's AoE. Wait a minute. Feels like Celtas is doing AoE. Because if Celtas do AoE, Wimdy Boy might die, even though Elder Dominance is gonna hit first. If I heal, I'm probably gonna die. Ugh. Wait, Life Powder... Yeah, Life Powder doesn't heal as much. And now Gravios has like more fire damage. Ancient Pot. But if I use Ancient Pot, Wimpy Boy is gonna die. And I'm only like healing a little bit lesser than my max health. On Wimdy, I cannot tank. They're both aiming for me. I need to we both need to heal. Unless you know what they're doing. Is any of them doing AoE? No clue? Yeah, that's the thing. I have Elder Dominance. I can bet on that. Let them do a lot less damage. Because Elder Dominance does let them do a lot less damage. And I probably... Since they're both aiming for me, I can probably tank both hits. Unless Elder Dominance miss. Then I blame RNG. Alright. Let's do it. Oh, AoE and laser? Okay, well, RNG. I blame RNG. Crit at the worst moment possible. I am actually mad. I am upset. I am actually upset. I am so upset. Do not say skill issue right now. I am actually upset. No fucking way. Crit at the worst moment. No fucking way, dude. God. I was trying my best to fuck. What is this? I mean, Kinko Star is not gonna help. What else can I do? Since I already used all my monsters and tank all the things. I mean, I could have been some good judgment there, but some of the judgment is actually terrible. But I died to RNG, which is a little bit sad, to be honest. I don't think there's anything else I can do about the about these. About the right of channeling. Let me get the Monstie Expedition back. Maybe I could use some of the purple boy, spongy boy. Maybe. Okay, let's not go through. Let's remove everyone. Snake monsties. Let me check all the monsties and see what I can do with them. There's probably some good ones in here. Probably. Maybe. Just a bit of a maybe. Oh no, channeling. Should I even... Here's the thing, I figured out a little bit that okay, my health... Here, let's look at armor real quick. Since I played... I think I'm gonna benefit with heroics just now, since my health is honestly, you know, always, all the time, less than 50%. Heroics, stuff like that, evasion instance or shit like that. Maybe I'll benefit from that? Yeah, like this one. Crit rate, boost evasion, boost attack, 50% HP or less. Like, I could try this. Like, I definitely can try this. I think I scrapped past the fight once and then we'll poke them ever again. I'm gonna win against them. I don't think I'm like under level. No fucking way. I think I'm like around the level of the monster. See, if I over level, I should be able to just quick finish. Yeah, I should be around the level, which is good to... Oh, fuck. Thunderlord. Thunderlord is the deviant, right? Devian. What's my crit L? What else do I have? Winning head-to-head makes the cage gate feel shot faster. Dampening? Oh. This one? Greatly boosts elemental defense? Evasion is good, but then again, I cannot evade, I can evade those AoEs, right? I can only not evade head-to-head and kinship. I guess evade is good if I'm going PvE, huh? This one seems good to an extent. We can go kill a TL if you need. What's a TL? See, the thing is, what if I play defensively? I'll be the support and I'll support fucking... I'll support my monsties. Let them deal damage. I'll just keep healing with like the... I'll just keep healing with the hammer. Hammer block. The horn. Let me check something. Fair. So that means no weapon upgrade as well. Yeah, I use all of the Socio things. Might need to go farm them up. Even like Grimclaw stuff. Gosh, dying to a crit really makes me mad. I'm slowly adjusting. I'm okay. I don't think I can make any other weapons for now. Go kill a Thunder Lord. How about this? I'm gonna try again, but this time I'll try to be like actual support and shit. Might Charm, Recovery Charm. 8.3% of your max HP each turn. Nah. 11%? 11% defense? Sure. Yeah, mounting or adamant, right? I feel adamant. But just in case that I use more than 100 minutes to go through that thing. Oh yeah, the spongy boys. See what I can do with the rite of channeling. Right, no. Okay, now I can access all of these. I feel like water boost for Soldier Boy is not even gonna do that much. Only for Aqua Blaster. There's not really like a... I don't think there's a physical water attack. Yeah, I see Aqua Blaster ranged, Bewitching Bubbles ranged. There's one, only one? But it does... Oh. Oh yeah, makes sense, this one. Maximum roll out. And it's physical too. Wait, Wretched Water is physical. High chance to lower the speed and thunder defense. Is it projectile? No fucking way. I mean, Aqua Shot is definitely projectile. This one? Dancer? Yep. Evasion Instinct XL? Wow, Chompy Boy, holy shit. Chomp Gene. Kinship Skill. Greatly increases kinship skill power. This could help a lot. It's ice though. But then again, this by itself is gonna be huge. I mean, since Soldier Boy don't have like a consistent fire or water or neutral, that's why you see my Miso is Sand Shot, Blinds from Sephadrum, and Noxious Spot from Purple Dwarf. I mean, even Noxious... Is Noxious Spot not a projectile? Check. Noxious Spit. Yeah, they're all projectiles. Water is weird. You know what? I'm getting the kinship skill plus gene from Chompy Boy. Like I know there's like this evasion instinct with a star. Why is it so strong? There's a reason why the water is considered the worst gene. Yeah, I can see that now.
Hello.
I can definitely see that now. Hi, Math. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate. Do you think kinship skill is gonna be worth? I personally feel like it's gonna be worth, but then again, there's this evasion instinct gene here. This is a... There's a plus on this. No, let me think about this. I smoke cigs and have a butt chin. You mean like Crimson Chin? Like, ooh, I mean Crimson Chin's pretty good. Efficient Instinct as Okay, so this one is gonna be the same. Like Peter Griffin butt chin. Wait, does Peter Griffin have butt chin? Sorry, I don't watch a lot of like Peter Griffin stuff. So maybe I have to look it up. I'm not gonna get water boost for Soldier Boy. Fortify? Ooh. Boost abilities when you lose a heart. Marginally boost attacks and defense? That's not even that good. But then again, that's like a new water gene. Oh. Only when I lose a heart, no. Only when I lose a heart. Eh. Fortify against those guys, maybe? You know what? I'm taking this. I'm taking this fortified gene and I'm gonna put it here because of this here technical. Yep. Bivor. Whoa. My friend Boo joined the game without us in Rainbow. Without us in Rainbow? Just get Hatches and we stared because we weren't in there and we started calling him Hatches and he got so mad. Why would he got mad at being called as Hatches? Huh? I'm very confused. No, I've seen that multiple times before. Okay, so Soldier Boy has speed, now has 1 technical. Power? Get the power from... I could get the power from Spongy Boy. Yeah, I can totally do that. This one cost how much? Richard Water. It didn't say. It didn't say how much it cost. Oh, is that 13? How much it cost? I'm taking this. Taking Wretched Water. Nah. You steal your mom's old cigarette butts? Wow, wait a minute. Still steal mom's things? I'm not gonna judge. Sprinkle the tobacco in my bong and smoke it. Cute. Red Kazoo. Okay, one more. One more. Eee. Oh, this one is technical. Oh, that one's getting auto-modded. I mean, I appreciate you sharing those kind of experiences, I guess. Are you... I'm just gonna observe for now. Alright, bye. Kinship skill or evasion instinct. Yeah, why is this evasion instinct with 1 star? I'm gonna cry. Weird champ, I know, right? Oh god, it's been a while. I'm getting a kinship skill plus. It's technical. I'm taking it. I'm taking it. I'm taking it. I'm taking it. Don't think. Don't think. Alright. No brain. No brain. Oh yeah, about that. Thanks, Norix. I forgot. I guess that word inherent is not that bad, but it's just the way the way that it's being used. It's a little bit weird, champ, not gonna lie. Okay, what do I need? This one. Fire Ice Dragon. Fire Ice Dragon. Fire. Oh, I have a lot of fire. Is this Ash Ketchum? Yep. He going in. 1 Beetlejuice. One toasty boy. How about that? If I'm gonna put in all the level 1s. There. 100%. Element bonus 90%. Okay, good. The part. Fire, water. Fire, water. I love how water is only like Mizu, Ludroth, Purple Ludroth. No one else is water. Thunder? Like anything that is not fire. You see how much fire there is? And then when you... Oh, a non-elemental. Oh, there's not a single one that needs non-elemental, right? Yeah. Do you need non-elemental? Nope. Nope. Oh, it's not elemental, just like neutral. Water list of monsters is pretty small. Yeah. So small. It's like only 3 or 4. Mizu and Deviant, Ludroth and Variant. Oh, Doggo. It's... Oh yeah, Ketchup is water. Ash Ketchum is water. Not Ash, sorry. Just Ketchum. And Variant. Cephadrom is water? I guess I used up all my Cephadroms. Where my Nami? I wish they put Namiel in this game. Don't know why they didn't though. %. 84%. Oh boy. The base success is even that low? Fire, water, lightning. Fire, water... 99%. Imagine if I get that 1% lost for the expedition. Nah, I'm not gonna get that unlucky, alright? Water, lightning, dragon. Is that why I need so much Ludroths? Imagine having 7 monsties worth of skill and still having an even more terrible skill pool than compared to Dragon monsties, who only has 2 monstie worth of skills. I mean, it's just maybe Dragon reigns supreme, you know? Dragon's cool. Dragon very nice. Fire, water, lightning. Too much fire. Water, ice? Yeah, even ice is just a few. Is Bubble Mantle or Water Gene? Bubbly Dance, you mean? I don't think Bubbly Dance is Water Gene. Bubble Flurry? No. it's neutral. Having bubble is not watery. Scammed. Indeed, we got scammed. I can't believe we got scammers. Right. Okay, I have no eggs. So I guess there's not much else I can do with the Rite of Channeling. This is what I can do for Soldier Boy. Well, the better defensive gene option would be Belly Block. From the pink shit? Oh god. I can't believe it. From the pink shit? Oh no. So let's try to be a little bit tanky for myself. Let's change this one. Valiant Pharaoh would be good to give all, give plus all defense. Wait, Valiant Flare give all a plus all defense? Okay, let's try again. It's broke. But then again, I cannot transfer Valiant Flare currently. Because not enough level. They took out a level 40 pink tier for expedition. Oh, I think I put it back. Oh wait, no, I don't have it. I only have one pink tier. And now it's like level 1 in the expedition, question mark? I think. Oh, hot, hot, hot. I'm hot, I'm hot. Not this time, I remember. Did you see me? Alright. Okay, now you have power. Alright, let me see how tanky I can get. I even have Dancer. So the first hit is not gonna be too painful, I think. Still kinda painful. It's still a lot painful actually. Yeah, I think Kinship Skill Plus helps. Tech Seal. What if I do Absolute Evasion? Am I gonna evade the Tech Seal? Oh, is it Kinship Skill Plus? Oh, it's not just skills in general. Well then. Guess I wasted that one chompy boy. It's okay. I'm gonna try Absolute Evasion. See if I can evade the Tech Seal. It's time to try out everything. Oh, okay, it doesn't work. Fair enough, fair enough. No, this. The one that affects kinship abilities is all out. Oh, all out. Ah. Did I get all out? I don't think that's all out, right? Yeah, that's not all out. Brachiados used to be power. Oh, Texil. Dude, Texil. You just groomed, which is great. Oh yeah, I should have shot the tail. Oh, you did that? Nice. Thank you, Knives. I read that. I mean, I read what you sent me. Big appreciate. Try to get the tail. Oh, it's power now? Oh shit. Did I break the fist? I think I broke the fist, that's why. Texil? So I cannot evade Texil. I cannot evade Texil. Try for paralysis? I'm gonna try it. Try paralysis. Didn't work. It's fine. Oh boy. You can preview Seal though, even if you can't evade it. Though it really isn't too big of a deal, since he gets knocked out of range so easily. Oh shit! I mean, you're right. Like, 1 or 2 turns and it's already gone. Like, if I just break the fist, right? Do you want to see how painful the kinship skill is gonna be? Yeah, let's try it. I'm kind of curious myself. Ooh. 2k crit? Oh! I mean, it is very painful, yeah. It makes a huge difference. Okay. I mean, alright. Speed attack. Let's negate that damage together. Actually, let's break the fist. Why not? What was it previously on crit? 1.6? Around... Was it 1.3? I don't really remember. I think non-crit is like 1.1. Well, since now I have this... If I just keep doing this... and get that kinship as fast as possible and spam it... I don't think it's a viable plan against 3 monsters. Yeah, I don't think it's a viable plan against that 3 monsters. Kinship skip. Goldian or Kush might be your best bet. Oh, is it because they are like AoE? Oh, so AoE will skip everyone's. Oh, okay, that's good to know. Is Sojo Boy doing power attack against that bug? Oh, Sojo Boy is so clever. How about you kill the bug real quick? Worth. Yeah, that's... Oh wait, I think it's AoE. I need to break the stomach. Ah, okay. Nice. Oh. Sure expected that he's gonna do foul gas. You know, Silta is too much AoE. That's the problem. Silta is like AoE, normal tech, AoE, normal tech, AoE, normal tech. Feels like this one is gonna be normal tech, and the next one is gonna be a roundhouse sweep, or even this one is the roundhouse sweep already. Maybe. Just shoot it. Almost 1k Aqua Blaster. Yep. See. AoE. Celtas is the queen of AoE, feels like. And you can do this. I'm gonna heal you. Actually, no, let's do healing first. Get rid of that stench. Hyper Breath? Feels like Hyper Breath? Feels like Hyper Breath. I'm gonna throw item. Yep. Somehow I wish for a thing. I kind of wish for one thing in this game. Well, I know it's like the game came out quite a while ago. As a hunting horn as I play Hunting Horn, I wish I have a choice for either act after everyone or act before. Well, I have a choice to act after everyone. That would be so good though. A choice, right? A choice. But nah, they don't have that. It's okay though. Here, let's have this. Have some defense in. But I'm gonna bonk him still. The White Rider speed is one of the fastest in the game. It makes turns order far more annoying than it needs to be. I know. I've been realizing that today. Like today it hits hard for me. Alright, who are you aiming at? Me? Alright. I'm gonna bonk you. That's just bonk. Splish splash 500. Not bad damage, right? Here, you can break the stomach. I'm gonna try to keep doing this. Break the head. Nice. It became power, right? I think so, yeah. Wait for speed to power. Okay. Gosh, my brain is starts. It's not working properly right now. Still aiming for me? Alright. I'm gonna ignore that. I don't dare to ignore the head-to-head of Celtas, because Celtas is too much AoE. If I ignore that, yeah, I don't think it's a good idea. Probably gonna kill, right? Probably gonna kill. $12K? I don't think it's mad anymore. Got him! So it's 3, right? 2 Conchu. Yeah, 2 Conchu. I need Scorching Blade to be here. This one has some defense. 20 points of defense. Gonna get some point in. Oh, Scorching Blade, nice. What do I do? I think I'm just gonna block. Or actually just counter stance. Yeah, just counter stance. Alright, yeah, it's good, it's good. Nice. Doing flame charge, I think? I think Conchu is dead. Let's heal up. Yeah, Conchu should be dead. Whew. Oh, nice. Okay, Fireball Charge becomes speed. Now we need technical. You don't have technical. It's okay. We can bring in. Let's bring in Soldier Boy. Wait, it became speed. Oh god. Okay, I have Aqua Blaster. I'm gonna get the tail. Ooh. Oh. I think Spiral Claw is like the strongest you have. Ooh, damage. Spiral Claw is so cool. Just do it. Fireball charge. Oh, it's Flame Chakra. Ooh. Kinda painful. It's still power, I think. Oh shit, wait, what? Oh. Speed lost. It is now technical? We need power? Ooh, that's so weird. Not aiming anymore. Scorching Blade, maybe? I hope this is Scorching Blade. Yep, alright. Because I think I vaguely remember that Glaveness does 2 Flame Chakrams, I think. I think it's back to... I think it's back to power now. Oh, wait. Oh, so I don't skip this one. Oh, Soldier Boy! Oh my god! Soldier Boy OP? "14 turns." Getting a bit faster. Because Soldier Boy is doing big damage. A little bit. At least more damage than before, you know? Okay, I'm gonna try one more time. Oh, he's playing Monster Hunter Rise? Whoa. Wait, my friend is suddenly playing Monster Hunter Rise? Soldier Boy has power. I think I should kill... Yeah, the duel. I gotta try my best against the duel. Since I kinda vaguely remember what Celtas do. Like, when is Celtas gonna do the AoE? I think I can kinda play based off of that. The bug? Okay, I'm gonna kill the bug first. Like for real, just kill the bug. Oh, it's tail sweep? Oh shit, I forgot. Immediately, I forgot. Oh boy. Woo! You really like me this turn. I'll just keep bonking you. Head-to-head doesn't kill me. I think speed is right, huh? Yeah, speed is right. Let's do a bit of a met overture. This thing. Hyper breath. Hyper breath. I'm gonna negate that with kinship. So for now, let's do some damage. Yeah, let's do. Actually, no, I'm gonna charge. Thunder defense down though. Don't know what good is that. Gonna break the hit. Okay, I remember, I remember. Nice, nice. Nice, nice. What is this? Oh, it's aiming for... Oh. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna charge. Not this one. Get him! Nice. Let's do one more double. And then we can kinship and kill. I think it's here somewhere. Yeah, this one, this one. Okay, then. Unless there's anything else that I can do to try to upgrade a little bit, but I don't think there's any. I mean, I have low strength nutriment, it's fine. Defense. Okay. What was that? Oh. Oh, he used a lot of water. Synchronize? Synchronize is like enhanced double attack damage, noxious poison, water breath, rainbow. Oh yeah. Denser XL. Mud splash. What's mud splash? Oh, mud splash is Sephirdrom's one, right? Oh, okay, okay. Interesting build. Because I have Dancer, so I don't want to lose that full HP bonus. True. I have Dancer for Soul Seer as well. Oh, it's Barrows. Oh, oops. Yeah, I have Dancer as well. I have Fortify this time. Fortify XL? If I lose health, I'm just gonna use Soul Seer. Alright, third try, third time's the charm, they say. Let's do it. Okay, I have a chance to just kill. I need to kill the bug first. The bug is so annoying. It's okay. Just kill the bug first, it's fine. And then we double attack and get the more kinship back as well, so worth. And then I'm gonna try my best to like sustain. Nice. It's not gonna be a more terrible choice of a sand shot, but Mizu spinning sand from mouth looks odd. That is sand. So I opted for it, flinging mud from tail. Nice looking, yeah, and good choice. Okay, both aiming for me. What the fuck? Actually, let's aim for one first. How about that? Kill Celtas first because Celtas is too much AoE. I need to kill Celtas first. Let's do it. Also, negate as much damage as possible. Oh, is it not? Oh, yeah! Soldier Boy is aiming for someone else. I don't know if I can survive this if I change to the horn. It's okay, just get them first. Yeah, heat laser, oh my god. Oh, look at that AoE again. Oh, am I dead? That's right. I'm gonna go full on Celtas this time. Like, I don't care about anything else, just kill Celtas first. If I can kill one first, and then 2-on-1 should be easier. That's the plan, that's the plan. Most of the attack I can do, I will keep aiming at Celtas. Ooh, this might kill though. Because it's heat laser? Yeah, it's heat laser. Yeah, he kills. Yeah. It's fine, it's fine. Celta is now doing heavy hyper breath. I have a small plan. I don't know if it's gonna work though, but I'm gonna try. Hyper breath 2 turns, right? Yeah, hyper breath 2 turns. A little bit too short. Yeah. It's okay. I'll tank both of those with guard. I'll just guard those because both of them is aiming for me. Yeah, just guard those. Soldier Boy can keep doing damage. And I'll heal whenever possible. I don't even want to counter stance, just guard. Yeah, it's AoE. Soldier Boy can tank that. Gravis is not gonna do AoE. Okay, Alka Blaster. Graphius doing something. Oh, Graphius is aiming for Soldier Boy as well. You guys are really teaming out, aren't you? Oh my god. Okay, this is kind of bad. Is there a way to protect? No, right? I don't think there's any way to protect still. Oh, unless I have Taunt, which I don't have. It's okay. Mega Potion for Soldier Boy. Yeah, Mega Potion for Soldier Boy. Heat Laser? Oh, I'm a little scared. Oh boy. Burn as well? Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay, both aiming for me? Good. I can get that. I can ride after this turn. They both don't take sword, but I need the defense. It's fine, just shoot. Yep, there is. I can now ride. Are you both aiming for Soldier Boy again? Whoa, you're right. I don't think I can heal Soldier Boy as much if I ride. Let me see. Oh! Oh, that's good. Right, get Celtas. Maybe this is gonna be a... I think it's gonna be a mini event that gives kinship. Oh, nice. Spiral Claw is good. I need to just shoot Celtas. Nice. Oh, don't do technical attack. I need to heal Soldier Boy. I can take the hit. We start with Met Overture first. That's not an AoE, right? I didn't see it. What did Celtas do? Am I dead? Oh, thank god. And then Gravius is now technical. Celta's not mad. Okay. If they keep doing this, this is good. Okay, that's pissed looking. Keep shooting paralysis. One health. They are both not aiming. So Graphius is doing something. Graphius did something, powder mental thing, I think. So it's a flame charge now. You can Spiral Claw. Yeah, Charge Spread Beam needs 2 turns, right? Charge Spread Beam needs 2 turns, then... I think it's Spread Beam first and then the Mantle. I can wait for one more turn. Soldier Boy is not gonna die. For now. For now. Actually, let's heal Soldier Boy up. Get a little bit of Dancer. Yeah, it needs one more turn. Now they're both. So Gravius is gonna do the big boy. Oh, I thought it kinship. Oh god. Wait a minute. I did not think about this. Okay, I forgot about it. Well, might as well do some emergency heal, I guess. Okay, Celta is gonna take one more turn to get the Hyper Breath done. Oh, wait, Meta for sure is still going on. Well, I already changed, too bad. Just reset the timer. Okay. Woo! I don't think I can survive this. Okay, what is Gravios? Gravios is now doing the mental thing, I think. So Gravios is not gonna attack this turn. I could, however, change into something else and tank the AoE. And after tanking the AoE, I can bring Soldier Boy back and slowly heal Soldier Boy. Yep, that's the plan. Let's do it. I will heal myself to maximum health so that I can have a little bit of Dancer buff as well. I know I'm on fire, but I think I can tank it when I'm max health. Just heal. Both aiming for monsties. If Soldier Boy comes in, Soldier Boy needs to win because Celtas is doing AoE, I think. And I could heal with my horn, or I can just throw a life powder. Okay, let's wait. Soldier Boy. Dude, Celtas is now technical. I need technical to beat Celtas. Soldier Boy is 76. I could heal. I could throw life powder. Okay, let's do it. Because I'm not getting aim. I just need to... Don't let Celtas do the big boy. And it's good. This heals lesser. Oh boy. Alright, let's hope this can work. Just... I hope Soldier Boy can tank this. You know what's the best scenario here? I heal, Gravios attack, and then I win head-to-head against Celtas, and Soldier Boy survives. This is the best scenario that I can think of. Oh boy, well, I'm not surviving this one. Because it's heat laser. Yep. It's fine, we have one more chance. Like, the problem is now that Celtas needs bonk to deal damage, and my bonk is not doing any damage, like, at all. Oh, just kill it quick, just kill it quick. Yeah, just do this. Negate 1 damage, I'll take 1 damage. Fine. Can I tank heat laser though? I don't know if I can tank heat laser. Yep. Yep, I tried. It's okay. It has up fire attack. Yes, up fire attack. Ah! At least this one is truly skill issue. Because I didn't die to a crit. It's fine. Yeah, that's a little bit tough, isn't it? Gosh. This is what it feels like. Just starting off. This reminds me of one thing. Like, just starting off Monster Hunter 2. You spend a whole day playing the game. Pretty much make no progress at all. It reminds me of that currently. It's like, oh god. Yeah, that was also an hour. Then... How will I improve? I think I need... to kill some Soulseer. Okay, how do I get to Soulseer? At least upgrade the armor to the max a little bit so that I can have more Defiance, I hope. Huh? Oh, Soulseer is not here? Oh, Soulseer is not... There's no quest for Soulseer, question mark? There is. He didn't pick it up from quest board. Do I need to talk to this girl again? No? Oh! Okay, so it's here. Yeah, it's there. Okay, I could try to kill some Soulseer, I think. Or try. I'm probably gonna get decimated by Soulseer because I forgot what Soulseer does. Did it say what time? Okay, you didn't say what time. I can just go there. Oh, I remember Soulseer does counter. It's a high-rank subquest then, right? Must be one of them. There's 3. Let's go to the closest one first. Oh yeah, I can highlight it. Set objective. Oh, okay. fly. Oh, Mizu going to a cliff is beyond me. Hey, if it works, man. Mizu has ways of climbing a cliff. Blind Mizu favoring high ground. I mean, if a Mizu is blind, I'm pretty sure they have enhanced hearing power with hearing. Maybe Mizu hears like a bat, you know, the supersonic thing, echo. You shout, and then they'll reply you with echoes, and then you know where it is. Maybe that's how blind Mizu climbs. Mizu is afraid of thunder. The bubble is his echolocation. Yeah. Oh, I cannot quick finish. Tigrex is speed, I think? Shit, I don't remember. Tigrex is never technical. I think it starts from power. And then becomes speed. Oh. I don't even remember what Tigrex does. Oh yeah, Rock Toss. I forgot about Rock Toss. Okay, okay. There it is, Rock Toss. Ooh. Another rock toss, maybe? Oh, there it is. Oh, what? Why is there so much damage? 2 actions, right? Now it's power. Two actions. Nice, nice, nice. Ah, sure, done kinship. I mean, at least we're like surviving quite good. Uh-oh. Mizu, why you're suddenly faster? It's fine, don't worry about. Oh, I think Wild Spirit is just slower. Because it's not 2 Fang combos anymore. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, we are not aiming at anyone. Is this gonna be another rock? Early rock? Oh boy. Heal. Oh my god. Whoa. Just right, just right. Oh, nice. I probably gonna use 1 heart churros. Oh, heart churro. Yeah, I'm gonna use it. What happens if a soldier boy fights a soldier boy? two soldier boys fighting? No, don't know how I feel about that. What? Is someone trying to get me? What? I cannot quick finish? Oh, I haven't seen this thing before? There's a barrel cat. There's a barrel cat? Uh-oh. What are they? Are they power? Was that not where the Meowning was from? Probably? Okay, they're power. I didn't see. I honestly had no idea. Wow. Finally, something easy. We can go back and double check. Oh, it's gone. Oh, the kitty is forever gone. Goodbye, Barrel Cat. And before some of the vines. Well, I have nothing that I can go up the vines. I mean, I don't hear it here. I should be able to hear it around. Even if it's like up in the vines. Barrel Cat is what gives us tons of EXP, right? I think. Maybe. Yeah, there must be it. It's like a rare occurrence. Oh, I got 1 heart roll back. I don't know if Mizu fighting Mizu is a good idea. Oh, there's a treasure. Oh, I have to fight a crab? Oh boy. Nope, crab is slow. Nice. Who would I want to fight? Wimpy boy? Ice Kachang? Soldier boy hits thunder. Ice King boy is thunder. But I feel like Ice Kachang might do the work. Let's try Ice Kachang. Can I save? Can I save scum this game? It's just like, oh, I lost. Let me just reload my save real quick. All right, here we go. Hey, hey, hey. You can save, but the only thing it'll do is to refine your item usage probably. I mean, I'm not really using a lot of items, so it's fine, it's fine. Is Soulseer gonna groom? Oh wow, that was quick. Oh boy. Did not expect that, huh? I'm gonna heal. I think I can tank this. Remove attack down and accuracy down. No defense down, right? Met Overture and then healing. Let's do Metal Overture and then healing. Yeah. It's fine. It's not gonna do that much damage. I hope. Famous last words. Don't kill. Oh, ah! Okay, that's kind of painful. Hey, Ice Kachang, you're technical, though it's doing speed. Okay, let's change Wimpy Boy for now. Oh, tail is bonk? Bonk tail? Alright, bonk tail. Wimpy Boy, why are you joining the dark side? You know what? No. I need Ice Kachang to be in here. Double attack will not miss, right? I think? Yeah. Wait, that's legs. Oh, oops, sorry. It's going to be a pretty big struggle. Yeah. I can smell it. Another bubble? Let's just cheer for now. Nah, you know what? Let's heal. Heal. Oh shit. Oh no. Wait a minute. Not worth. Oh my god. It was so not worth. Hey, Ice Kachang, is there a way for you to not attack? No, of its attack? Oh no! Oh! Oh, Wimpy Boy, oh my god, it might be Wimpy Boy. Let's do Wimpy Boy. It's so hard to pronounce. Whimdy boy. Please hit him with an Elder Dominance. Thank you very much. Thank you VR much. I'm gonna... why... yeah. Okay, that did not trigger the counter. Nice. Okay, normal bubble mental. Maybe I should use Whimdy Boy because Elder Dominance is like pretty good. Here, let's do this. Okay, it's now mega pissed. I don't think it's like technical anymore. But let me just get rid of all of these. Fire attack up? Oh, what do you mean fire attack up? Are you cheating? That groom is not supposed to work that way. Hello, police? What did it do again? I forgot, I didn't see. Is it speed? No, it was speed. So that's why I use technical. Plus thunder minus thunder? Plus fire minus thunder? You know what? Fucking Eye King boy, come in here, you. Minus thunder? Oh, you're asking for it now, bitch. Do you have thunder? Well, 2 fire moves. What does Sociate do again? It used to be speed. It's power to all enemies though. No chance in thick paralysis. Medium thunder damage to one enemy, fairly high chance for a crit. What if it's become technical? I don't think Soci is speedy. Just get the bot dead. Yeah. I'm gonna cry. Oh, Soci is 2 turns, right? I think Soci is 2 turns. Well, we'll see. Oh, it's power! Help! Yep. It's so fucking painful. Do you have speed? Well, that's your speed. I hope you're slower than Mizu. Spiral Claw plus Fox Flame. Fox Flame is a trap, isn't it? So technically only 1 damage. Any monsters don't have traps? Well, I'm fucking dead then. Shit! It's okay. Hit the tail. No! Eye King boy, you stupid! Uh oh. Oh, it's an LE. Woo! Oh shit. I don't think I'm struggling. I'm okay. LE plus Blue Moon. Blue Moon is counter, isn't it? Oh my god, this bitch. Oh shit, then speed. What did I do? Oh, I forgot you guys. Oh, I forgot you don't have speed. You're all technical. Nice camera angle though. Oh well. This is me being stupid. Don't worry about it. I said targeting the same target twice, so I'm gonna get hit twice. Might as well just block it then. Counter stance. Counter stance. Counter stance, baby. If this is Fox, wait, no, if this is Fox Flame. If it's Fox Flame, it's Blue Moon Fox Flame then maybe. Oh wait, no, Spiral Claw Fox Flame. Then I'm gonna get hit twice. Okay, that counter stance. What do you mean Fox Flame is target 1? Uh oh. Well. Wee. Whoa, I survived! I survived with more defense! With 11 health, and I'm gonna die anyway afterwards because of burn. Hey, Reverbro. Hey, buddy, you up? Reverbro, you up? I think I might need your help. Well, I think anyway. Hey, are you okay? Are you free? I think I might need your help a little bit. No, just a little bit. I need your ground cut tea, if you'll be so kind. The blue moon is AoE, so no cutting, targeting. As a chase of some kind. I can open souls here. Oh, I mean, you want to bring me the fight? Actually, let me try fight once with Reverbro, right? Just once. Alright, thank you, Reverbro. Yeah. Let me try. Okay. Can. Oh. Alright, gonna go try again. Bye, Reverbro. Too bad you cannot fly. Hehe. I'm gonna fight with Windy Boy this time. See how it goes, right? See how it goes. Why is your work cycle so weird? Wait, Windy Boy, why are you walking like... Why are you running like this? Windy Boy, why are you so weird? I love you though, why are you so weird? It's fast? It's slow? Oh, the sound is so good though. Toaster has the same leaping run. You hate it so much. Oh, the sound is so cool though. Don't expect to be able to take anything like very consistently with the burst of speed. Wait, not here. I kind of vibe with this. So cool. I kind of like this. It's kind of cool. Uh-oh. Maybe this run, the worst offender of this sleeping run is Zamtrio. Zamtrios walk a run like this? Oh my god. Zamtrios has no right to run like this. Zamtrios is not an elder. Oh, similar. Okay. Rock leap? Okay, fair. That makes sense for Zamtrios. I thought Zamtrios works exactly like this. And I was like, okay, that's kind of sacrilege. Hey, Reverbro, can you help me with this? I cannot quick finish. Hey, Reverbro, just real quick, alright? What do you do? Ruby Basario starts with... Technical. You're so technical. You are very technical. Oh my god, I couldn't believe I was right. Nice one. Ineffective, fair. I cannot paralyze a rock. I cannot paralyze the rock. Trap Cycle is gonna lose again. No, it's gonna be a draw. How about this? You Trap Cycle but you aim at this one. Then I'm gonna bonk the other one. Yeah, bonk this and hopefully the crab will die. Nice, one dead. Bonk. Rending Dragon? Wow. Where's the ground cut T? I'm waiting for that ground cut T. I'm gonna shoot the wings down. I'm gonna shoot the wings. What are you doing? Oh, you're not aiming at anyone. I'm gonna charge and see what you do. Oh shit, okay. What does it do? It was technical, now it's soul power. Oh, it is soul power right now. Oh, I can smell the power. Whew! I'm the best. Nice, nice. Raining Dragon, oh goodbye. Oh, my condolences. My condolences. My condolences. How do you even pronounce that word? Oh my god. Reverbro is too OP. Condodocents, yeah, that sounds about right. My condodocents. my condodo. Oh, whoa, the walking noise, you have the metal noises. Oh my god! Dude, Kushala is so fucking hard. Dude, that's such a good walk cycle. You don't see me, I'm leaping, I'm leaping, I'm leaping. Fine. First turn bubble, right? First turn bubble. What can I do with the first turn bubble? I could... Okay, I could start off with metal overture to counter the damage at least. Woo. And then if enough, I'm gonna heal. Yep, okay, that's enough. Let's just heal everything. Good, good, good. Whoa! Even Reverbro is almost dead. Okay, technical is right. Whoa, I can bonk everything? Wow. Maybe I should bonk the legs. Yeah, let's bonk the legs. I can do it again. Ground slash S! Oh my god! Oh. There it is! PogChamp! Oh. Stick him up! Stick him up! I'm being stick him up, ED! Look who it is. Wow. I'm being stick him up, ED! Hi premium. Hello, welcome in. This amount of MS, yeah, I think that's 3 minutes. Oh yeah, I'm back. Hi. Let me introduce myself again. My name is Droxen. I'm a kobold. I'm a variety streamer. I do one occasionally. Welcome in. Hope you are doing good. I'm here playing this game. This game is pretty good. Go get the suns. Thank you. Yeah, I'm trying to get past this. I've been trying to get past the Steltas and Blade Gravios fight, but I just cannot. I cannot get past that one. So now I'm trying to fight something even harder. Soul's here. So yeah, hope you're doing good. Now, where was I? I don't remember what I was trying to do. Should I heal Reverbro? I could heal Reverbro. Oh, he's doing Elder Dominance. Kobolds are sexy as fuck. Wow. Wow. Okay. Agreed. Oh, Bubble Yeet. Okay, okay, Bubble Yeet. I have... We have Elder Dominance. I think it's fine. Too true. I agree. Albeit, I still love dragons a lot more. Dragon number 1. Bubble Yeet. I think if Bubble Yeet... I'm just gonna heal... I'm gonna heal out Reverbro. There. That's not Bubble Yeet! Uh-oh. Help. 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 Oh, oh, oh. Guys, wait, no. Guys, stop attacking. Don't. Thank you. Would totally obey a kobold. Wow. A dragon obeying a kobold? Is random tree of life a dragon though? I love dragons a lot. God, it's trying to counter. I'll cheer. You know, I'll cheer you up. Here. Yeah. It's a tree. Fair enough. Tree cool. Tree gives oxygen. Okay, not that painful. Not that painful. All good. All good. All good. Under the AoE? Are you aiming at anyone? No, you're not aiming. God, I'm 177 hours in Xenoblade Chronicles 3. Ooh. Bubble Spit? Bubble Spit? You know what? Just throw items. Look at how much like life powder I have. just heal. Let them kill. Never played Xenoblade Chronicles though. Or like, I don't know what that game is to be honest. But it seems that you're having fun.
BRL RBRL 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 RBRL.
What have you done? BRLR. Give me the suck for some oxygen. Oh my god! I mean, sucking a tree doesn't sound wrong. Let's even attempt to pronounce it. You're welcome.
Hello and welcome.
Hey, random tree of life. Thank you. Appreciate. I'm just gonna throw... Yeah, I'm just gonna throw life powder. Uh-oh. Yeah, don't worry about it. Ground Slash P! Oh my god, Reverbro. Oh, is it immediately Spiral Claw? Uh-oh. Oh my god! All good. All good. Oh, how about this? I know this is stupid, but... Gradually requires more HP and raised defense for 5 turns. I'm using all the items I don't want to lose again. Oh wait. If the second Spiral Claw... Don't! You bitch! Okay, it's fine. Don't worry about it. I should have healed. I should have healed. Need to replay this game? Oh, sure. This game's pretty good. I'll be like a little bit salty just now. Because I died to a crit at the worst time possible. Spiral Claw, Fox Flame, same target. Elder Dominance? Elder Dominance. Elder Dominance is gonna help a lot, I think. So I think I'm just gonna heal myself and see how it goes. Hey, Reverbro, you can just keep cutting. I believe in you, alright? Wimdy boy's gonna tank this. I think. I hope. Please. half health. Oh, let's go. Let's go. Okay, 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 okay. This one is Fox Flame Blue Moon. Fox Flame Blue Moon. Fox Flame Blue Moon. Right. delay the inevitable one turn. The RPG is really, really good, Midnight. Ooh. I mean, lately I've been playing a lot of Skyrim, and I've been grossly addicted to Skyrim. Okay, that's not a lot of damage, it's fine, don't worry about it. Okay, another Fox Flame Blue Moon, 2 AoEs. 2 AoEs, how the bock? How in bock? I mean, this is the best I can do. oh man. Coming from another Kobold. Kobold are the best race in D&D. Based. Very based. I appreciate that. Kobolds are so nice. Just heal. Just heal. It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's okay. It's okay. Oh, fuck. Uh-huh. That's not painful, question mark? Where did the damage gone? That's not normal, isn't it? What, the deal only 2 digit? Ooh, you know, I'm gonna not asking, I'm gonna... Elder Dominance was Ancient Storm. Kushala, you are the best, you're the best boy ever. You're so hot looking, I love you so much. Bubble? Okay, it is Bubble. Can Wimdy Boy tank this? No, Wimdy Boy! Wimdy Boy is too soft. Even though Wimdy Boy is made of metal. I think I should double attack this one. Ideally, you double attack one and tank the other. Ooh, okay. Ancient Storm is unique in where it does ×1 attack modifier when usually ×2. Applies a unique defense buff. Oh! Get the leg, get the body, get the body. 361. Cool. The double attack is not even, it's not even the damage of Reverbro. I'm gonna cry. Oh, ground slash P. Okay, good. Time to refresh this again. I really need to take care of. Oh. Also, side quests, the minimum amount to complete is it is 60 hours, by the way, if you don't do side missions. Oh, that's so much. 60 hours though. But look, the thing is, if you're having fun, go for it, man. Hell fucking yeah. Play the game and have fun, most important, I would say. I'm gonna heal. You have attack Town Wall and you're using Water Hammer against water enemy. Oh, no wonder lah. Okay. Elder Dominance. Oh my god, Wimdy Boy, you're so clever. This is Bubble Mental. Bubble Yeet, right? Bubble Yeet. Bubble Yeet. I guess I'm gonna keep healing with items. Yeah, it's Bubble Yeet. Oh yeah. I can only rely on Reverbro. Okay, keep spamming that crab cyclone. That's really nice. Let's cheer them up. Yeah! Reverbro can cut. Okay, not that painful. Cool beans, cool beans. Nice, nice. What the fuck? That is Game Shark. That is actually Game Shark, you stupid. How is that counter attack? So serious, just activated Game Shark, you know shit. Okay. It's fine, don't worry about it. Bewitching Bubbles? I think this is Bewitching Bubbles. Just look. Yeah, yeah. Okay, cool. Need to clear the status. Groom and Spiral Claw. At least clean up the status first. Do we have continuous heal? Oh, it's gone. Okay. Metal Overture it is. But yeah, the only thing I can do is highly recommend the game. If you want to check it out and get it, I'll leave it to your choice. That's fair. It's always nice to see people being enthusiastic about the game. It's nice. I'll look it up afterwards. Help! Oh wait, this is kind of pog. Reverbro is gonna do something big. Then I can heal. I can heal Windy Boy. Narex, just to be sure, this is going to skip every single thing, right? This is gonna skip 2 attacks this turn. Or will Socia still do 1 attack? Okay, good. I'm gonna heal. Heal Windy Boy. Actually, no, why? I kind of want to do cheer. And then it has attack down. Oh man, is there an island too? Yeah, but we'll cheer first, and then Dragon Tremor Slash. I think cheer X second. Cheer X after the kinship, I think. Yeah, cheer will go after, which is kind of sad. Any items that can attack down? Blind, burn, poison. Yeah, I guess not. Unless I can give meat. Berry Elixir? Oh, just for this once? I need you to do as much damage as possible? Oh yeah, but Windy Boy's health, I cannot let Windy Boy die anymore. I need to heal. Windy Boy cannot die the 3rd time. Oh boy. Oh boy. My condolences. Oh my fucking god, it's almost 3k! With the debuff. The debuff. Monster Hunter always looks interesting to me every time I see it. I want to pick it up at some point whenever I can. Oh yeah! I mean, yeah, I would highly recommend. You know, I did spend 1,300 hours on Monster Hunter World, and I've spent about 300 hours on Monster Hunter Rise and still counting. Definitely not addicted to Monster Hunter. It's only yep, I've set my part. All good. Gosh, do I ride? No, actually, I want you to do Elder Dominance. I'm gonna force you to do Elder Dominance. For how many turns? 3 turns. Yeah. Do it. And I'm gonna cleanse. Actually, no. I'll attack. Get some kinship back. I recommend Vital Essence. How much do I have? 5? I only have 5. I'll use it. For this, I'll use it. Elder Dominance. All good, all good. No pain, no pain. Oh, big pain! We're dead. We lost, we lost. Yep. Oh, 2 fucking health? 2 health? We're still gonna die because there's that, the blue moon. I mean... We tried. Ground Slash P though? Wimpy Boy cannot tank. Oh, unless... Hey, Wimpy Boy, you want to switch up? You want to switch out temporarily? Yeah, let's bring Ice Kachang in here. Come in, Ice Kachang! And then I'm gonna like powder this. Socia is still in influence of Elder Dominance, so I think this is good. Oh! I don't know. Wait, that's fire! That's fire! I'm stupid! Look, I actually forgot Socia is fire. I deserve this loss. Well fucking deserved. You would think that Cobalt Brain, this is just Cobalt Brain at the works. Hi, okay, I can make lobby. Yes, bring me. Bring me. I need... Do you want Socia or Socia X? Is it possible to get both? And do you want only Socia at the end or chance of ED? Hey, having chance of ED sounds good. So both with a chance of ED. Then I'm just gonna bring like... I won't die. I'm gonna bring all resistance L. And then I'm just gonna keep healing you. Are you bringing heroics? And I'll debuff them with Elder Dominance. Your portable vital essence? What? You're supposed to help me kill them. You're like the Reverbro to me. I need you to cast ground cut T. I need your ground cut T, please. Alright. Is there a time limit? 50 minutes, right? $50 or $60? Gosh, then I need to do some damage. Like... Mizu is afraid of thunder. What is good thunder? I know we claimed before, but if like you're saying you're my portable vital essence, I assume you're just gonna not do too much damage. I think. Okay, any thunder? Thunder? Ooh. Oh, it's Kazoo one. Oh my god, there's only like one thunder? Two? Ekang no Buik. What is Ekang no Buik? Unless I can bring like a thunder song. Okay, what is the song? Iron Defense, Absolute Evasion, Awakening. Gain increased attack, defense, and crit rate for 5 turns. Sounds good to me. Chest of not costing me either after use for 5 turns. I'm just gonna heal. I'm just gonna heal. I'm just gonna heal. King Boy? Ice Kachang is definitely bad because Ice Kachang is afraid of fire. Okay, then I just bring in Wimdy Boy, no? And then I bring one Camo Boy for traversing. Not even a Kang. Oh wait, is that Hokkien? A Kang is 0, I think. No. No, what is no again? No, it's not 4? We is 8? Hey, no, it's 2! Oh, hey. It's my password, I know this one. Yeah, it took me a while. Not until I tried to type that one and say, oh, hey, it sounds like no. At least I know no. I know no is like one of the number. Oh, it's getting so dark. What time? It's already 6? Oh, so fast. You don't see me? Is there treasure there? The spin. Okay, I love the elder spin. Purple boy! Purple boy! Are you fighting it? Oh, you're juking it. Oh yeah, since we're not in voice chat, Narix, I believe in you. I'm sure we can communicate with how many seconds? 10 seconds of delay? I believe. Oh, how do you do that? Oh, no, 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 you didn't see it. You didn't see me. Wait, How do you even get there? Oh, whoa, that's a huge land gear, Chris. That's a huge. Should be one of your auxiliary button. What's an auxiliary button? On the Switch, it's the minus. Oh, select. I'm so used to saying that the left button is like select, and then the right button is start, and then on the PS4 it's actually share. The left one is share, the right one is option. It's like the weirdest shit ever. Like, hello? I played too much NES games to call them start and select. There's something I want to play back some of the NES era games. From console to console, they are different, I know, right? It's kind of weird to me. Like, why not unify them? Or you just call them aux button. I guess that's fair. Also, I think if they unify everything, well, there's no uniqueness to them. I think, anyway. Steve Jobs, why not unify them? I don't know. How do you even type and play the game at the same time? Holy shit. He sees the USB and went, no, we don't do that here. Before the PS4, everything was start and select. Oh, you're right. PS1, PS2, PS3 was start and select. Yeah, they are still start and select. I don't know about Xbox things because I never owned an Xbox console, so I have no idea. But like, yeah, right. Before the PS4, everything was start and select, and it was so much easier to understand. It's like you press start lah, and then you press select lor. It's so much easier to understand. And then now like the newer generations of gamers is like you tell them you don't want egg, mana egg. Where's the egg? Where are you? The newer generation of gamers, you tell them you press start. It's like, where the start ah? Walao. And like, I don't know. It's like start, you know, start. And then you have to tell them, it's option. It's like, oh my god, that's the weirdest thing ever. Laggy? I mean, I love Laggy Acros, but I'm here for something else, I guess. Laggy Acros is cool. Let's look for something else. Shiny. This is Radiant? No. Oh, it's Radiant, huh? I mean, I guess Radiant is cool. But then it's not Pinkdian. Because Pinkdian has the Valiant Flare. Change. Mizu? I think that's Mizu, not Ludroth. This is Soulseer, I think. Oh shit, I believe. I believe, let's go. Let's go. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I love that redeem. I know on Daddy stream I'll always just like spam the wake up. But now I'll spam either brew, you know, I'll spam either the cold brew and or the yes sir. Just something about them saying the yes sir is so funny to me. Yes sir, yes sir. I blame the Wii for this. Oh, Wii kinda started the trend. I mean, even in GameCube, it's It's still start and select, isn't it? Gosh, I don't own a lot of console because my childhood was a lot of PC, a lot of MapleStory, and that's how I learned English. Because I remember at some point I kind of want to learn more about the MapleStory universe, and I was like, I don't understand any of these words, and then I proceed to learn English.
Hello.
Oh,
And
Mega Mega Bottom, cool. 420, funny number, very nice. Capicule. Capicule. Oh my god, I miss PQ so much. There's no KPQ or PQ anymore, and LPQ. And then all the ads just to like push your message up. Good times. The we start the plus and minus stuff. Oh yeah, then the blame is right. The blame is right. Tamago, I'm coming to get Tamago. Is this Mitu sleeping inside the floor? Beautiful. Laggy? I mean, I love Laggy. Mizu? Eh. Is this Lagombi? Yeah, mama. Okay, all good. Don't worry about it. Give me a few seconds. I'm gonna go open up the lights real quick. It's getting dark. Yeah, super fast. All's hip. I'm here. Yeah. Why are you petting laser? Oh, it's normal Mizu. Ah, it's fine. I think. It's aiming for me. Mizu is technical, right? Boom. And now it's even more weird because some games don't even use plus or minus for pause. Some use X. Like, what the fuck? Oh god. I hate it. Me no likey. Here, let me help. I'm helping. I think I'm helping. I think I'm helping. Oh, it's only defense down. Good job, Wimdy boy. Good job. Oh, bewitching bubbles. Okay, I'm gonna bonk him. Maybe not bonk. Resplendent Corona. I'm gonna shoot it. I'm gonna shoot it. I'm gonna shoot it. Things not power. I'll get the tail. I'll get the tail. Oh, it's speed. Oh shit, I'm stupid. Beep, 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 beep. A dedicated pulse button is a myth now. Pulse can just be any button to confuse the player. Yeah. It's so weird to me, honestly. It's like, why? Right? Why? Can't just have one start button as the pause button? Free! Can it just be like the previous consoles? And how to pause the game? You press the start button. It's so much easier. Like, hello? Oh no, please don't do Elder Dominance. I should try to get the tail. Or the body. No, I think the tail is gone. Why are you trying to pet? Oh, he's already dead. Whoa! That's a cast if I ever see one. Do you believe that this is my first high-ranked Mizutune fight? Do you believe that? Because it's true. It's my first it's my first high-ranked Mizu fight. That's why I don't see any like. I could see the HP? Oh fuck, you're right. But then again, I don't have the materials for Mizu though. Like I sincerely thought that's like my first ever defeated Mizu. Muscles are cold. Oh, it's a green sleepy boy. Oh. Oh. Do you want to fight again? Actually, do I get Mizu for the... I want that. You know what? I want the one that's on your hand. Oh my god! Oh my god! This game! I swear to god, this game! I swear to god, I'm only getting 3 different kinds of eggs. Lucky, Mizu, and fucking Lagombi. Is that Lagombi? I don't even know anymore. Oh my god, I'm so gonna die to this green boy. The camel boy is gonna kill me! No, that's too complicated. Pause is now L1 plus R1, turn around, clap your hands and do a jumping jacks. Oh. That's too easy. That's too easy. Do you want Metal Overture? It's fine, I'll do it for you. Oh yeah, Metal Overture. Do you like a good Metal Overture? I sure like it. Oh my god. Oh, hey yo, double tail swipe. Do you like that kinship gain I got? Oh shit, what the fuck? How do you even do that? One hit? Almost full? Crit doesn't affect that shit, right? Here, I'm gonna double attack this. I hope you don't mind. Or do you want double attack? Nah, you have that much. You have so much kinship. Give it to me. Give it to me. I'll get the stomach. There, see, I got the kinship. It does? Oh shit, okay. Oh, is it a crit gain? Is it the crit kinship? Ah, it is crit gain. I vaguely remember that one. Alright, now I'm just gonna charge. He did. Double attacks. It's not speed anymore, isn't it? Hey, how about you do Elder Dominance? It's now... I feel like it's now technical. I'll get the stomach. It's power? Oh, it's power! Oh, am I dead? Oh, nice. Ooh. Not painful, let's go. There's so many zero. The power of Elder Dominance. You love to see it. Alright, y'all got this. Me first, me first. Yeah, let's go. That sweet, sweet heal. That kills? Holy shit. I never felt so safe. Yeah, 4.4k. You bully! Well, I think this is under the Misu. Also, it seems today's connection is quite janky. Oh, is level 99 the max? Yep. Oh, shit. Alright. Well, I'm kinda close to level 99. I'm 61. Quite close. I'm almost there. Almost level 99. Uh-huh. Yeah. Tell me about it. It's a combined total level 1 to 93. Well, that's one way to put it into perspective. Yeah, Wimdy boy. Go, 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 go. Hmm. Why don't I shoot him first? Yeah, why not? Yeah. Yeah, Soulseer is speed first, I remember. I'm gonna take the kinship. Oh, do you need it? I feel like if you take the kinship, it's much better. You know, I trust you. You can take the kinship. Oh, Cycle is AoE? Oh, here, let me change it for you. There, you're welcome. Sonic Striker. Then I'm just gonna shoot it. There, you can take the kinship for now. Because I feel like if you take the kinship, it's gonna be much better. Oh wait, if my dragon, sorry, if my dragon does it with you, we both get kinship. Oh, that's so nice. Core game mechanic. I never really played multiplayer. Okay, I have no idea. Oh, like I don't know if I ever double attack with an NPC. I'm pretty sure I did, but I just did not take notice of it. Okay, what is it trying to do? Let me see. It's not aiming for me, it's aiming for you, okay. Can I double attack with you? No, right? Wait, let me check something real quick. Oh, no bow, okay. Let's do this, okay. Here, let's double attack. Oh my god. With Musty on me. Okay, no. Gonna get them monsties. It's okay, Narix, because now I have a job to do. Because now I can heal. I get a heal. With Metal Overture. Nice who? That's 1000 damage. It's not aiming for me or my Wimdy boy. Bewitching Bubbles? Bubble Mental? Oh, I think it's Bubble Mental first. There, Elder Dominance, please. Cheer is gonna override Pump Up, right? Yeah, I think so. I'm just gonna bonk him. I believe in Elder Dominance and Metal Overture. Oh, well, that's something else. Still works, baby. All good. Oh. See, your health is almost full. All good. Still not aiming at anyone. I'm just gonna bonk it.
Oh my god, stop simping.
No! I cannot stop shimping. Not when there's so many good looking dragons here. Divine Blessing. Am I dead? I might be dead. I know Divine Blessing. Oh, hey, I'm quite tanky. Not my Windy Boy. Windy Boy is too soft. Oh gee, I don't know. Oh gee, oh wow. I'm gonna pet my Windy Boy. Yeah, Bubble Mental gives more defense as well. Gosh. I don't think this is as worth. Ooh. 1-1. 1-1. We try to do Elder Dominance again. Here, reaching bubbles. Here, let me reset the timer for Metal Overture. Ooh. How do you even get Evasion Rift? Do I just have to make a Velkhana horn? Maybe I have to make a Velkhana horn to get it. Your current home has it as well. I need to unlock it? Oh, it's an unlock Noite. Oh my god, it's a Noite? Or Noite Shooks. You know what's something funny I just realized? What the funny? Gosh, I'm gonna bonk. I'm gonna bonk. I'll just bonk it. I'll just bonk it. Groom is Spiral Claw, right? Oh. Claw is what knocks down? Please, Wimdy boy, stop doing Trap Cyclone, for fuck's sake. Damage. Pokemon has never used Stardust Select as a pause, even with a system that has had it. Pokemon pause has always been X. Really? I always thought Pokemon uses Star, like the Pokemon Red, Blue, Yellow, and then the Crystal. The first, second, and third gen, even on the GBA. Does GBA not have start button? I mean, it has start button, but like I thought. I'm not too sure at this point. Evasion Rift. Okay, I'm gonna do some serious damage. Wimdy boy, why do you keep doing Trap Cyclone? Stop that shit. Nice. Let's do an Elder Dominance. Lower the defense. I'm just gonna cut it. 1,000 plates. Okay. The crits, holy shit. Looks like Bubble Yeet. But then again, I did the thing, so I think it should be fine. The thing, as in the thing. A bug. Elder Dominance, yeah. Looks like Bubble Yeet. Oh, it's Bubble Spit. It's okay, I can cleanse it. I can cleanse. I got my thing, the thing. I have the horn. I can blow the horn and everyone will be fine. It's as if we took a shower. Here, let me do this real quick. Pet laser? Nice.
Hello.
Oh. Ewok 504, hi. Thank you for the follows, appreciate. Still kind of painful. It's still kind of painful. Yeah, even though it has Elder Dominance. Oh my god, I need to heal Windy Boy. I need to heal Windy Boy. Oh, I never used a whetstone. Oh, what? Oh, no more Elder Dominance. Oh, there it is. Immediate Elder Dominance. Cool. Here, I'm gonna do Metal Overture. You're welcome. And I didn't notice a cutie. Oh my god. You're the cutie. We're all a cutie here. Thank you. Huh? Is that from my end? What disconnected? Wait, what disconnected? My controller is still here. Mouse? Mouse is still here. Keyboard? I don't know if keyboard is still here. Controller is still here. What the fuck just happened? All good. Don't worry about it. How did Windy Boy die? Mountain laser? Okay, cool. It's all up to you. It's all up to you. Get him. Oh my god. 4,000 excuse? Yay! Easy win. Easy win. Oh my god, it's all just shard. And 2 purple eye! 17 rounds? Is that a lot? I mean, it must be a lot for you, since you're bringing me. I don't even think I can survive 17 rounds. This... No. Wait, that was so... Huh? Is this Velk? This is Velk, right? That one is Kush. That's not Velk? I'm in, it's mine. Who else is the Elder? It's blue color. There's no way it's gonna be Xeno Jiva, is it? Is it gonna be Xeno Jiva in this game? Let's go, Xeno Jiva. 3 times the size of average elder. I'm just a silly fanboy. Oh, I can respect that. Connection interrupted. What do you mean connection interrupted? We just won. We just won. Game? Hello, game? Well, all good. Thanks, Narix. Pulsing Elder. It's electric. It's electric? Huh? You mean another round of it? And I'm curious. Let me look at the egg real quick. Pulsing. It's electric. Oh. Oh. You're not a dragon. Oh, you got two screenshot of shame. I love how I'm so against dragons so much. If I think that's not a dragon, I'll be so disappointed. It's not even a joke anymore. I'm so obsessed with dragons. Oh my god. Oh, elemental defense boost. Ooh. Negate 1-hit KO. Self-heal. Oh, there it is. Self-heal. Oh, we found it. Your name, very easy. Alright. Now I know what that is. But self-heal though. I forgot Kirin's an Elder. I legit forgot Kirin's an Elder. You wanna do one more round? One more run? I mean, if you're okay with it, that is. You want with eggs or no? I want eggs, yeah. I like egu. Oh, hey. Green Plesiov? Why do I feel like I haven't seen a green Plesiov? Maybe I should check out Noir Day someday. Get the evasion riff. Is it a Kang Nobek? A Kang Nobek. Oh wait, I should change to Lucky Charm. No, which one is it? Oh yeah, Gathering. A charm that makes rare gathered items 15.5% easier to find for 30 minutes. I think this one is just good when I'm doing a multiplayer run. Gonna make the most of it, right? Only applies to nodes. Well, I don't need that then. Lucky's for drop rolls. Oh. Oh, okay, it's lucky, Okay, okay. Lucky it is. Yeah. Green Plesiov? Where can I find Green Plesiov? Like a remake lobby? Okay. not seeing green in Plesiev. I just really wish there is a clack, what do you call it? Clack boy? Akinator. The clacking boy. Okay, ekang nopek. One of the co-trials? Oh, okay. What the X? Nice who? I think I should try using Eye King Boy to go against a water monster. Oh, like, not water monster in general. Like, because just now my mistake was not using Eye King Boy. Even though I have Eye King Boy, I'm not using Eye King Boy. And Eye King Boy is lightning and I didn't use Eye King Boy. I'm weird. Sometimes I feel like I challenge myself way too much. Or maybe I'm just dumb. One of them. Oh yeah, this might be a weird question, but is it possible to do co-op then single player? I mean, it sounds weird, but is it? Can I like bring Reverbro? Yes. Oh my god, really? Okay. You either bring your current partner or solo. Roll a random useless AI right there. Okay. Well, of course it's gonna. Of course, I'm gonna bring Reverbro. It's always gonna be Reverbro, of course. Reverbro 2 stonk. You know, guys, like when I'm like being quiet, all I think of is Skyrim. I might have a bit of a problem. Actually, scratch that. It's a huge problem with Skyrim addiction. How does Skyrim even get me this addicted? I don't know, but something about the game just makes me feel I cannot stop thinking about it. It's like there's endless things to do and I never want to stop playing it. It's crazy. Oh, am I going the wrong way? I think I'm going into passing out points, so I should probably get some sleep. Have a great stream. It was really great being here, love you all. Ooh, love you too, Midnight. Thank you for being here. Appreciate. Hope you have a good rest. Go get that good rest. It's a dead enemy chest. Oh, how do you even look at map that quick? My brain does not like my when it comes to maps. Okay, fair. When it comes to maps, my brain is really slow. When 90% of the time you kill enemies, we are looking at minimap. Oh my god. So you're not even looking at your own character? You're not even looking at your character doing cool stuff? You can only look at the minimap? Hachuro! Oh my god, yes. I give you all big puppy keys. What is that? What disconnected? I don't understand. What disconnected? It's from my end. It's from my end, sorry. I don't know what disconnected. My camera is still working. My mic is still working. Dude, I'm scared. Definitely gonna need to double check this one afterwards. Coming egu egu. I need the egu egu. God, my voice is kind of gone for whatever reason. Why? No, no. Uh. What the bug? I keep getting the same egg. Oh hey, it's Mizu. I get three same egg. This game, I'm pissed. Deadly horn jab. Yeah, I just looked at right. Deadly horn jab. I power with I King Boy. Oh my god. Hey. What the fuck just happened? Did it just trigger the one-shot kill? It just triggered the one. Okay, cool. Yep, that's DHJ, all right. Yep. That is entirely normal. It's just Deadly Horn jab. Don't worry about it. It's like, oh hey, it did 500 and then died. Cool beans. Deadly Horn jab is only from Monobloss, right? Maybe I should get Deadly Horn jab as well, huh? Sounds good. Vital Essence. Wait, no loss. Okay. It should be neutral. The other one hit KO move is the Shrouded Nursilla. Nursilla? Shrouded Nursilla? What does she has? But that one is like 5% lower chance. Usu, tech move, and does fix 50 damage plus the chance to poison a few kinship lesson. Maybe I should just get Deadly Horn jab. I mean, like 50 only fixed damage is a tad bit low, I would say. Oh my god, run! Oh, okay. You know what? I'll take this. I'll be a good girl and I'll just take this. Okay. No waking up the monster. It's fine. I'm not gonna wake up the monster. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Oh, I need this. Oh my god, is there no other eggs? This is so Lagombi, isn't it? Okay, who's sleeping? It's the same one. It's a red loss. Or a radiant, I don't know. Oh, okay, Lucky is good. I'm taking Lucky a Krusu. I mean, honestly, I don't know what do I want. Maybe I should just get all the big shiny ones, and that's good enough. Oh, I'm coming. Oh, hi Hibby. Hello, hello. Welcome in. Okay, this time I'm bringing King Boy. I mean, Saucier starts from... Oh, Saucier starts from speed. That's the problem. But I feel like King Boy has... Yeah, Killer Crush. Okay, good. Hope you're doing good, Hibbly. So many boys. Yeah, I have a lot of boys. all my monsties are like boys. I'm just gonna cut it. I'm doing electric damage now. I'm learning. Read your monstie's name. Thunder. I will cry. Who is he aiming at? I rated. I'll rate it 6 because I'm crying. Do you take the double or do I take the double? Or do you want the damage? Or you're doing speed attack? Okay, I can respect that. Vengeful Thunder does a lot more damage, right? Yeah, I'm just gonna cut as well. It's fine. Yeah, you got this. I think I got this. Or at any moment. Oh my god. Jumping Jaggy. Jumping Jaggy. It's aiming for me. I'll do the double. Nice who? Oh. Oh, hi Neko Panda. Welcome in.
Hi cutie.
Wow. Oh, wow. You're the cutie here. We're all cuties here. It's aiming for me. I'll take the hit. Fairly high chance for a crit. Light non-elemental damage. Thunder damage. Okay, I'll do this one. And then I'm gonna do this. Hope you're doing good, Neko Panda.
Good afternoon, everybody tilde.
Hey, everybody, Tilda. Hi, Ting-Te. I will grind the point for Formulation Redeem one day. Oh, you got this. You got this, I believe. It's only 3k to make me speak Chinese. I should do Metal Overture. I will heal. This is Bubble Mental, right? Yeah. Bubble Yeet. Why don't speak Malay? Saya saya punya Malay tak bagus lah. And since Chinese is my mother tongue, I figure I'll speak Chinese more naturally. See how yellow he is? Yeah. Zinogre is now so kuning. Oh my god, that's actually so painful. Don't die, please. Ah. Don't worry, everything's fine. King Boy is gonna die. King Boy, please, Royal Decree. It's still gonna counter, right? I'm gonna Royal Decree. And I'm gonna throw. I can get to throw Megapod. Xenogre. Just back from grinding the monster material for Monster Hunter Rise. Gosh, see, the thing is, I love Monster Hunter Rise. I want to play Monster Hunter Rise. And then my brain keeps thinking that, oh, hey, you should play Skyrim. You know Skyrim? You know that game that you've been thinking of non-stop? Yeah, that game. I need to play that game. I've been thinking about Skyrim non-stop. In fact, I'm gonna play it tomorrow because I cannot stop thinking about it. I am grossly addicted to Skyrim and I'm scared. I am mildly concerned about how addicted I am to Skyrim. I'm just a little bit concerned. I'm just gonna bonk it. Don't worry, I can cleanse the thing. All good. Oh shit, do I have time to even like heal everyone and then also cleanse the thing? Unless he aims for King Boy, it's gonna be Groom and Spiral Claw. It's okay, I'm gonna remove the thing. I'll remove first. It's like 25% chance King Boy will get aimed, right? Only 25% chance. What are the odds? What are the odds? Oh, nice! Oh! Oh my god! Oh my god! I cannot believe! What just happened? There was no saving, it's a crit! It's a goddamn crit! Oh man. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Here, let me give you back the buff. Oh, I was supposed to play Elder Dominance. I was supposed to play all the Elder Dominance shit. That's you know what? I'm bringing in No, after this big turn, then I'll do it. All right, but for now, I'll still keep healing. Venom Queen. That was a big boy hit. Oh, nice. Oh my god, Mizu hates you so much, Norix. Holy shit. It's aiming for King Boy. Is it possible since I act first? So like, I'm gonna double attack this, and then can you double attack the next one? Unless he aimed. Oh, maybe not because it aims for the same target. Okay, no. Forget I say anything. Hey, let me try something. Oh, unless I need to like do Soul Seer power speed. Do you have speed? Oh, your speed I cannot. Okay, well, here's a bit of a problem, Narix. I cannot. I cannot double attack. Here, let me heal you up real quick. Oh my god, this is bad. I fail to see. I'm seeing every problem possible. Wait, in Plasma Blaster though. Oh shit, I'm too late. Because Plasma Blaster. Oh. Oh, I see. I failed to see the problem indeed. Ah, I see. It never works. Hey, Wimdy boy, do you want to come in and do a little bit of something? Here, come in, Wimdy boy. The best boy. Gonna change to this. Just gonna cut it up real good, alright? Oh my god, damage. Okay, now I just need to save up for Elder Dominance. Elder Dominance for Wimdy Boy. Bleeding gives ×2 on damage taken. Oh, no wonder lah. It bleeds first and then you do the big boy. Oh, there it is. That's the Elder Dominance that I'm looking for. I also have my Narga sound in such a way where his speed is just a tad higher than mine. Oh, okay, really? How do you even change speed of a monstie? Oh, Dancer, okay. That makes a lot of sense. Don't worry, Leo. Don't worry, Nargs. I got you. I got you. Soothing sounds, baby. That or you use moves that adjust your speed like Sonic Strike T? Oh yeah, true. Yeah, look at that Elder Dominance. Don't worry, I'll clean us up. I'll clean us up. It's fine. I cannot. Tomorrow. I know I've been saying this. I have not. I have skipped art for so many weeks, even months. I will cry, but I want to play Skyrim. I have a problem. I'm too far gone. Bubble Mantle? Bubble Mantle. Yeah, let me help you with the damage. Woo! Oh, you're way faster than me. Three damage on stripes. Oh my god. Yeah, don't worry about it. You guys got this. There. Rider usually goes in P1 then P2. Unless someone has Dancer. Oh, okay, okay. Like right now. Because I do have Dancer. Clean. Yeah. Wait, do I? Never mind, I just used the wrong skill. I used the wrong skill. I was supposed to clean you guys up. Yeah, nothing happened. Good night, Ultra Cutie Kobo. Oh, thank you, Tree. I appreciate it. Big thank yous for stopping by, or for hanging out as well. You fuck! I have 0! Where's my tail? Mustard just hates me in general. I still cannot get the third crystal of Verkana in Mustard Rise. Oh. Is this Kush? This is Kush, right? Or Nergi. That's Kirin. I don't want it. This looks like Kush. Do I want a second Kush? I mean, if you look at this, the color is almost the same. I'm taking it. This is so Kush. This is definitely gonna be Kush. It's like the Kush of Kush I ever seen Kushed. Could just take it to upgrade abilities. Oh yeah, true. This is the Kushest of Kush I haven't seen Kushed, ED. Yeah. Here, I want to look at Bebe Kush. Oh my god, it's suddenly pouring outside. 优秀的 B 点突破手就要男妈妈 What the fuck is wrong? Okay, I mean, at least this don't worry about it. Oh wait, that's Velk. It says Frozen. Is that Velk? Are you not Kush? Oh wait, no, Frozen. Wait, Kush is Frozen. I don't know anymore, man. Jeez. Good morning, children. Wow. Oh, it is Kush. Oh, I love you so much, please. Oh my god, look at you. Oh my god, I love you so much. Holy shit. Oh, look at Kushala. Oh my god, Bebe Kushala. I'm gonna cry. Ooh, so good. So heckin' good. Even like Bebe Kushala is like so majestic. Like you would think Bebe would just run around, but Kushala is just like I'm way above all of you. Oh. Self-heal, solid wound, XL and L. Oh god. Self-heal M. Increases damage done to enemies with abnormal status by a good amount. Also Hierarchs. I'm not gonna change this one's name. Advanced genetics. I got a medal. All right. It's burning Fang Beast? Wait, who is this? This is not Lagombi. Oh. No. 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 I got 2 of you? No. Oh god. Please, get it out. Oh god. No. No, I don't want. So these 3 is like the normal Mizu, and this one is like Lucky. I miss looking at Bebe Mizu. Gosh, Bebe Mizu looks so good. Oh yeah. Deodorizer, Steel Breaker, Water Boost. Oh. Looks like your gene is not that strong. It's okay. Still love Mizu. And the Bebe King. Lagiacus's eye is so big. Let me just screenshot spam a little bit. Oh, I love them so much. Oh my god. Electro Breath? Is this what you have? Thunder Boost, Thunder Defense Boost, Thunder Defense Boost. I mean, I guess it's good. Oh, look at that Thunder Defense. Holy shit. Okay, last 2. I'm probably gonna go get dinner now. It's like, it's 7:31. Yeah, I should go get dinner. Getting a little bit hungry. I want food. Steel Breaker, Water Boost XL. Oh my god. Water Boost XL? Ooh, okay, okay. Pork XL, yeah. Food is what do you mean food is overrated? Oh my god. I want food to stay alive. Synchronize. Increases double attack damage by a good amount. I realized that I don't use this as much anymore. I used to use it a lot. I do love self-heal since I'm playing with Dancer. I prioritize it on Mizu to keep mine at full HP. Oh! So I need to get pink Radiant to like... Yeah, I think I have 2 Toaster. Valiant Fire is level 40 if I remember correctly. I think it is. I love how I have like Drag Good Boy, Gooder Boy, and I think I have Gooder's Boy somewhere. I just need to find it. The naming sense, it's something else. Oh yeah, there it is, Gooder's Boy. Oh yeah, the Thunderlord. Oh my god, how do you even remember? I don't remember. I'm terrible. goodness, boy. Okay. Let's see. Pink Dian is Pink Dian. There. Pink Dian. Yeah, it's level 40. Yeah. I have a Goldian that's named Ow. Not sure if people can always call that yet. No, I don't. Why is it called Ow? Is it in pain? Is Goldian in pain? Ow. I hate you. What the fuck? Periodic table? Okay, fine. You know what? Yeah. Alright, cool. Clever. Very clever. I cannot believe. Oh, gold is AU. Holy shit. Is there silver periodic table? Because we have like silver loss or something. I don't know, man. I have like zero knowledge in chemistry. My chemistry, Gosong, all the way. Kang. Silver Super SI. Wow, holy shit, you know your chemistry table. Or like a periodic table. AG. Whoa! It's so close to AU! It's so close to OW. Oh my god. We can make OW and UG together. When people ask, when you mix OW and UG together, what do you get? Goldian and silver loss. Says the person who plays too much Monster Hunter. Okay lah, I'm gonna stop here lah. You know, I just realized this is like triple days where I got salty. This is the third day I got salty in, in a row. But at least I didn't get salty for too long. High butt? Oh, high butt will be nice. Like, let me see. Friday, I was playing Curse of the Dead Gods. Got salty towards the end because of the incinerator killed me. Because I don't know what's going on. Yesterday, I forgot. What happened yesterday? Oh, I don't remember what happened yesterday. Gosh, I need to adjust my mood. I mean, sure, I don't plan on being like all positive and stuff. I'll still get mad over things, I guess. Because Ice Pun plus she screams hell. Oh. Oh. You're just making monsters name out of puns and puns and stuff, huh? I'm gonna cry. I'm never good with puns. Like, I know Leon likes pun a lot. And I was like, if a pun happens, I don't even know until someone specifically tell me that, hey, that's a pun. It's like, huh? I am mega confused all the time. Most of the time. Mega confused. Is Breen streaming? Oh my god, easy target. Oh my god. Here, let me open up music real quick. Rename my silver win to something punny since it's just an old and wise Narga. What's the mage again? You know, people always like say the name of the mage in a big movie. Ganondorf? I think it's Ganondorf. Merlin? Oh no, no Merlin. Ganondorf? Who's Dumbledore? Why are there suddenly so many names? Oh yeah, let me. You did mention something about Poke Village Jazz, right? Dude, hell yeah, let's just spam this. What's on to swing OST? Oh, hell yeah. Wait, no, Ganondorf is the BBEG in Legend of Zelda. Gandalf? Is it Gandalf? I think it's a name that starts with G. That's why I understand, or that's why I remembered. Oh yeah, it's so good. Let me make it louder a little bit. Here, let me see who Gandalf is. Gandalf. Oh yeah, that's the one. Yeah. Ah, Gandalf, not Ganondorf. Okay, it's not Ganondorf. Who's Ganondorf? Non-Dorf. Oh, that's Ganondorf. Oh. Okay. Apparently, this is Ganondorf. I guess I get names mixed up, huh? Sorry. He's more known for his "You shall not pass" thing. Oh, that's where it came from? Cool. The wielder of the Triforce of Power. Sounds pretty strong. We're gonna raid Breen! I cannot believe I actually got a chance to raid Breen. Oh my god! Also the main villain throughout the mid-Zelda series. Ganondorf looks so cool though. Ganondorf looks really cool. I like. Now I don't care about Link or Zelda. Ganondorf is. God, Breen is ending. Guys, Breen is ending. Sad. No, Breen. No. You were such an easy target. Oh, hi Brian again. Call you finishing up. Ooh, hope you have a good sleep. Oh my god. Me knows me didn't write much, but me at least wanted to say thank yous for streaming. Oh, Pinky, it's totally fine. Lurk is always appreciated. Like, big time. Right? Thank yous for all the lurk. Appreciate.
Hooah.
Hooah? Oh, Tosnick is streaming. Because Tosnick has been raiding my channel quite a bit. I raided Barnaby last night. Oh my god, Tosnick has been playing this game for 9 hours stream. Whoa, what is that? That looks so cool. Wait, you can have custom model in Project Zomboid? Okay guys, look at this. I'm blocking it, sorry. You can make your own model in Project Zomboid? I didn't know that. This makes me want to play Project Zomboid. Also, I'll be raiding Tosnick, alright? I'm going to go get dinner. I'm hungry. I think that's everything that. Okay, so I know. Wait, guys, before you guys judge me for saying this, all right? Tomorrow I'll be playing Skyrim. I know. I've not done art for a while. All right, I need to get past this the Skyrim addiction. All right. I'm sorry. I apologize in advance. Okay, but tomorrow will be more Skyrim. I want to play it. I cannot stop thinking about it. I am grossly addicted. Help. I fear. I'm scared. Ooh, music's kinda loud. Just a little bit. There. I hope this will not get my VOD muted. But maybe not, it's fine. Okay lah, I think that's pretty much everything lah. Tomorrow I'll still be playing Skyrim lor. Just too addicted, I'm sorry. Give me a few more days, hopefully. Worst case scenario, weeks. It's too good, it's too good. Alright, it's too good. Here, let me just do all the plug real quick, for real. I have a Discord. I have coffee. You know, let me just summon Bernie for this. Hey Bernie, tell them about it.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thanks, Bernie. And of course, we have socials. Boop. I have my Dying Bluebird app, the YouTube, and also Throne. I mean, I should probably update the Throne a little bit, but Throne is just there for like funsies, alright? You guys don't have to do anything about it. It's totally fine. I mean, shit's expensive. I'm just putting it there. Only to those who is like absolutely comfortable with it, alright? So yeah, you can just scratch that Throne over. It's totally fine. Anything else? Yeah, I think that's about it. Let me type in the raid to Tosnick real quick. Tosnick. There. Okay. So before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. You guys are amazing. Stay amazing. Love you all. And know that you guys are all loved. You guys are all valid. And you guys all matter. Right? You're all valuable. So thank you guys again. And here comes the raid to Tosnick. Boom. The hunger is setting in. My brain is slowly melting. The hunger. Oh yeah, I have Kobo Raid says hi. Yeah, today's connection is pretty good. The drop frame went from 1% to 0% today. Yesterday's connection is quite janky, probably because of the power outage like in most places around my area. But today it's back, so it's totally fine now. There, this is the raid message. Oh no! God. Thanks, Roxas. Okay nah. I mean, rules are rules. Rules are rules. So yeah, there's like some sort of a rule that is stated before I put in the bot spot. Once I knew about bot spot, I did put in this rule as like, if the first time I type in a raid message and it gets bottified, I have to use it anyway, right? You guys can choose not to use this, but I have to at least. So it's all good. See you guys tomorrow. Be safe, everyone. Bye. Bye.